Chapter 213. Mu Yu tried to regain his footing in a daze, but the world spun and he eventually fell to the ground. After a long time, he recovered and found himself sitting on a pile of gravel. There was also a damp, salty smell. He didn't know where he was in the second layer of heaven, but fortunately, he wasn't teleported to a demonic beast's lair. Otherwise, it would be too late to escape. "I really hate this feeling," little Shuai mumbled as it poked its head out of Mu Yu's arms. It was also dizzy from the teleportation array. When they came out of the Moyun mountain range, Yu Meng's teleportation array was also like this. However, it was also because of this that little Shuai was pulled out of its thick eggshell. Is this the second layer of heaven? What a rich spirit qi. A rich spirit qi pounced on Mu Yu's body, making him feel refreshed. He took a deep breath and felt that the spirit qi in his body was circulating much faster. The spirit qi here was many times richer than in the third layer of heaven. No wonder so many people wanted to enter the second layer of heaven. If they cultivated here, they could indeed improve their cultivation quickly. Mu Yu stood up and looked around. At this moment, he was in a desert. Waves hit the reef, and there was an endless blue sea in the distance. Seabirds flew on the surface of the sea. Occasionally, one or two demonic beasts would rush out of the water and then fall back to the bottom of the sea. He was lucky. If the teleportation location was a little more remote, he would have fallen into the sea and swam. Behind him was a swamp filled with fog. He didn't know how long it would take to get out. Mu Yu took out the map and compared it. He found that he was in a very remote place. If he wanted to find the 9 Qi soul cleansing flower, he would have to pass through this swamp. The fog in the swamp was very deep. Mu Yu looked around and didn't find any poisonous gas in the fog. He could be considered a poison expert now, so he wasn't afraid of any abnormalities in the fog. Mu Yu stepped on the flying sword. He planned to fly up. However, when he looked up, he found that the sky above the swamp was full of birds. These birds were all 3rd and 4th rank demonic beasts. Mu Yu hadn't seen any demonic beasts that could threaten him, but for safety's sake, he decided to fly lower. Mu Yu stroked a short-necked tree. He wanted to blend into the trees, but he was surprised to find that the trees here had a repulsive force against him. Although he was able to merge with the trees, he felt very awkward. His speed in the plants was much slower than when he was in the third heaven. In the end, he had no choice but to choose to fly out of the trees. His ability to control would seem to be suppressed in the second layer of heaven, which made him very dissatisfied. "I keep feeling that this place is very familiar," little Shuai sniffled and said in confusion. "Don't tell me you're the guy that Master carried out from the second heaven?" Mu Yu mocked. Little Shuai shook his head. "I don't think so. I just think there's a familiar smell. I can't tell where it's coming from." "A familiar smell? What's that smell?" "It smells like fried soybeans. You only know how to eat," Mu Yu said snappily. After flying for a period of time, the surrounding sounds of insects rose and fell. Many of the animals could be seen in the third heaven. After turning around the brambles, Mu Yu was surprised to see a 4 to 5 meter tall demonic beast skeleton. This is the Sky Wolf, a rank 4 demonic beast. Why is it so big? Mu Yu carefully examined the skeleton of this demonic beast. The heaven-distant wolf in the third heaven was only the size of a horse, but this heaven-distant wolf skeleton was the size of a house. Then, wouldn't its body be even bigger? Mu Yu continued forward. After walking for a distance, he actually found another mystic refining illusion tiger. Its skeleton was also extremely abnormal. He flew up and caught a snow-wind sparrow. The snow-wind sparrow was a rank 1 demonic beast. It was only the size of a fist in the third heaven, but it was as big as an eagle here. Mu Yu finally discovered the abnormality of the second layer of heaven. All the demonic beasts he saw in the second layer of heaven were bigger than the demonic beasts he saw before. Could it be because of the rich spirit qi here? Hiss. Just when Mu Yu landed on the ground, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He immediately dodged with vigilance. His body tilted slightly, and a thick snake tail swung at his original position, almost turning him into a meat patty. Mu Yu focused his eyes and secretly cursed his bad luck. It was actually a purple caltrop python. This purple caltrop python's entire body was glowing with a purple light. Its hard scales were upside down and incomparably sharp. These scales were normally stuck to the body, but once it fought with the enemy, it would become a great killing weapon. The purple caltrop python was a rank 4 demonic beast. Muyu had seen it before in the Withered Tree Valley, but it was not as big as this one. Muyu was afraid that he was accidentally targeted by it. He did not want to get entangled with the purple caltrop python. After all, it was a rank 4 demonic beast. Once a fight broke out, it would take a lot of effort. He did not know what other demonic beasts were eyeing this place covetously. If he disturbed even more powerful demonic beasts, then he would be complaining incessantly. "Big brother Snake, I'm just passing by. I'll leave immediately." Muyu smiled apologetically. However, the purple caltrop python's bell-like eyes stared fixedly at Muyu. From time to time, it would spit out its tongue. Then, it would open its mouth and spray a sky full of purple mist towards Muyu. Damn! Another unreasonable thing. Muyu let out a strange cry, but he did not dodge. The purple caltrop python's poison was a precious poison. Muyu took out a bottle and poured his spirit power into it. The bottle released a suction force and sucked in all the purple poison. "Ha! I like people like you who randomly spit out poison. I'll collect as many as you can," Muyu said proudly. He carved a formation on the bottle that contained the poison. It was specifically used to collect some of the poisonous mist. The purple caltrop python's poison was a very precious thing and had many uses. However, when the purple caltrop python saw that the poisonous mist it was so proud of couldn't do anything to Muyu, it immediately let out a muffled hiss and swung its tail at Muyu. Muyu quickly put away the bottle and called out the shadow clone sword to slash at it. Unfortunately, the shadow clone sword only made a few sparks on the purple caltrop python's body. It was completely useless. Muyu used a rock as a stepping stone to push himself back. He had come here to do something, so there was no need for him to fight a fourth-order monster beast to the death. However, the purple caltrop python did not seem to want Muyu to leave. Its body slid and it chased after him. "Ha! I didn't provoke it. Why is it chasing me?" Muyu stepped on his flying sword and sped up. Unfortunately, the purple caltrop python's speed was not below his and it slowly closed the distance. "You're a nascent soul cultivator. You're a great supplement for it." Little Shuai smacked its lips. Muyu cursed, "You're the only one who wants to eat. I might as well have brought dragon vine here. At least it's related to dragons. It can use its dragon aura to help me intimidate these demonic beasts." Little Shuai snorted. "The big earthworm isn't a real dragon. It's just an insect with fake dragon aura." The reason Little Shuai didn't like dragon vine was because it thought it was a fake dragon, so it often mocked dragon vine. However, dragon vine's dragon aura was real. Its aura was enough to make many demonic beasts tremble in fear. "Then what about you? Other than eating, you're useless," Muyu said disdainfully. Actually, that was an overstatement. Little Shuai was quite powerful. It could see the physical condition of every cultivator and knew some rare knowledge. Little Shuai disagreed. "Isn't eating good enough? I can even give you some information. For example, the purple caltrop python's speed is the top among rank 4 demonic beasts. Its skin is thick and invulnerable. Normal nascent soul cultivators can't even leave a mark on its body, let alone take care of it. It won't let go of its prey until it dies, so it's very hard for us to escape. F***CK, thank you. Your information makes me feel very confident." Muyu cursed. He didn't need Little Shuai to tell him to know. He also knew that he had to hit where it hurts. Unfortunately, the purple caltrop python scales were extremely hard. It wasn't something he could break. "Then hurry up. It's very uncomfortable to be bitten by it," Little Shuai kindly reminded him. Muyu wanted to be faster. His speed was already at its limit. However, the purple caltrop python was like a shadow following him. He couldn't shake it off. He really wanted to throw Little Shuai to the purple caltrop python and see if the thick skin of Little Shuai would be bitten by the purple caltrop python. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. Mu Yu waved his hand and a cactus appeared in his hand. The cactus grew with the wind. Soon, it was big enough to accommodate Mu Yu's entire body. Behind a rock, using the purple caltrop python's blind spot, he quickly crawled into the cactus. It was very difficult for a level 2 plant to crawl in. Luckily, Mu Yu brought many plants from level 3. These plants didn't feel that awkward. "You can't see me. You can't see me," Mu Yu muttered in the cactus. Whoosh! The purple python's tail was like a bolt of purple lightning, striking down on the cactus. F***ck, you shouldn't have seen me," Mu Yu shouted. He crawled out of the cactus and blended into a nearby tree. However, the purple caltrop python saw all of this. Its tail followed like a shadow and cut the tree in half. Mu Yu fell out in a sorry state. Without saying anything, he rushed into the sky. He wanted to fly up. "I forgot to tell you. The purple caltrop python has wings. It can also fly." Little Shuai reminded him again. "Can you tell me something I don't know?" Mu Yu quickly lowered his head. The snake's tail brushed past his hair. The purple caltrop python had a pair of thin wings on its abdomen. Strictly speaking, it wasn't flying. It was gliding. Every time it slid a certain distance, it would borrow momentum from the nearby treetops and rush forward. Even so, its speed wasn't much slower than Mu Yu's. "Let me think. I've never eaten a purple caltrop python before. Snake meat is a bit greasy. I didn't like it at all the last time. Snake gallbladder wine might be very nutritious. I want to try the purple caltrop python's gallbladder." Little Shuai was drooling. The worst thing to do when traveling was to bring a foodie companion. It would associate everything with food. "How about you crawl into its stomach and pluck its gallbladder?" Mu Yu kicked away the snake's tail. He was also sent flying and blended into the bushes. Unfortunately, for some reason, the purple caltrop python seemed to have recognized Mu Yu's scent. It bombarded the bushes where Mu Yu was hiding. He had no choice but to crawl out again. "What if it digests me? Your skin is so thick. How could a snake possibly digest you? I heard that handsome little guys are invincible. Don't make me look down on you." Mu Yu saw more and more poisonous insects and beasts along the way. Many birds had their eyes on Mu Yu. Unfortunately, when they saw the purple caltrop python behind Mu Yu, they didn't join in the attack on Mu Yu. "Fine. It can't digest me because I'm handsome. But its stomach is sticky. It's disgusting," Little Shuai muttered. When Mu Yu heard that, he instantly understood that nothing would happen to Little Shuai. He took out an explosive pill and stuffed it into Little Shuai's hand. Without another word, he grabbed Little Shuai's tail and threw it at the purple caltrop python. "It's up to you. The explosive pill will blow me up too." Little Shuai was thrown by Mu Yu. It cried out in dissatisfaction. Its body flew like a shuttle toward the purple caltrop python. The purple caltrop python opened its mouth and swallowed Little Shuai. "Hurry up and pluck its gallbladder. If you can't, use the explosive pill to blast it in its stomach. Once you're done, I'll give you an extra drumstick tonight," Mu Yu shouted. He landed again and dodged the python's attack. Chapter 214. The purple caltrop python was still chasing after Mu Yu. It didn't know why a human would throw a small beast into its mouth, but with its bestial nature, it didn't lack an appetizer. It didn't even pant as it continued to chase after Mu Yu. "Little handsome, you can do it. I'll be waiting for you outside." Mu Yu simply stopped running. He was chased to the edge of a quagmire, which startled a group of blazing porcupines. When the Class 2 beasts saw the purple caltrop python, they all fled in panic, but the purple caltrop python didn't care about them at all. It was clear that Mu Yu was much more nutritious than the blazing porcupines. It jumped up and bit at Mu Yu. "Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after Little Handsome plucks your gallbladder." Mu Yu's footsteps were light and graceful. She tapped the snake's head with the tip of her foot and leaped behind the purple caltrop python. However, he didn't dare to step on it because the scales on the purple caltrop python's body were standing upside down. If he stepped on it, he might break a few holes in his foot. Mu Yu took a step forward and the shadow sword in his hand split into two. The surrounding spirit force began to gather toward the shadow sword in his hand. The roar of a dragon sounded as if it was descending from the heavens. It went from low to high and a majestic aura spread out from Mu Yu's shadow sword. The soul-stirring sword energy formed a faint white dragon with the shadow sword as the center. Then, the dragon soared into the sky. The fifth style of the 9 heavenly sword techniques, falling dragon roars to the sky. The moment the white dragon appeared, the purple caltrop python was stunned for a moment. However, it quickly understood that the dragon was only an illusion. It let out an unpleasant hiss and charged at the dragon. Boom! The purple rhombus python collided with the dragon shadow of the shadow clone sword, and the dragon shadow was instantly dispersed. Violent spirit force swept down and stirred up the entire quagmire. Suddenly, mud filled the sky, mixed with some blazing porcupines that couldn't escape in time. In the blink of an eye, they were torn apart, and their blood mixed with mud fell down. The purple caltrop python had already locked onto Mu Yu from within the mud. Its tail swept out like a hurricane. Mu Yu's shadow clone sword blocked in front of his chest, but the python's strength was too great. He couldn't block it and was sent flying, falling into a pool of mud. Little handsome, why aren't you done yet? Mu Yu's body touched the ground, and his entire body's spiritual energy vibrated, causing all the mud to bounce away. The purple caltrop python's battle prowess was too ferocious. He knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat it without paying a price. He had many pills on hand, such as the Yuan Qi gathering pill, which could allow him to exert the power of the out-of-body stage. It was more than enough to kill this purple caltrop python. If not, there was still the sword intent of the nameless swordsman, which was also quite impressive. However, these things all had side effects. If they didn't break an arm, they'd have to lie in bed for a few days, unable to move. In such a dangerous swamp, there was definitely more than one purple caltrop python that was as ferocious as this. It was best not to make yourself too miserable. Little Handsome didn't respond. It probably didn't hear him. Mu Yu raised his shadow clone sword and charged at the purple caltrop python again. There were many thick-skinned creatures. He didn't believe that this purple caltrop python could be as thick-skinned as Little Handsome. A bolt of lightning faintly stirred above the swamp. Mu Yu's shadow clone sword once again transformed into 4 swords. Now that he was in the nascent soul stage, all of his Luo Chen sword techniques were more powerful than before. However, the purple caltrop python wasn't an ordinary creature. It wasn't afraid at all. As it hissed, it sprayed poison at Mu Yu again. I told you, I'm the master of poison. He didn't even want to collect the purple caltrop python's poison anymore. He just let it come. Kumu's poison scripture recorded all kinds of poisons in the world. He could instantly think of 7 or 8 ways to detoxify them. Even if he was poisoned, he could find a piece of wood to filter it. Playing with poison in front of him was a joke. The 7th move of the 9 heavenly sword guides, Dark Thunder Falls. Tao gives birth to all things. A brilliant bolt of lightning struck down from the fog above the swamp. Demonic beasts were most afraid of lightning. As expected, when the purple caltrop python saw the blue lightning, panic flashed through its eyes. It curled up and stacked its body on top of each other. Then, it buried its head in its body. Ah! The lightning filled the purple caltrop python's body. It spasmed and cried out in pain. Its body fell from the sky. Mu Yu held his second shadow clone sword and flashed in another direction. If he had known that this fellow was so afraid of lightning, he wouldn't have run. He would have just dealt with it directly. Mu Yu's shadow clone flew out of her hand. The flying sword was as light as a feather. It looked as light as a feather, and it didn't seem to have any power. But this light shadow clone sword was like a giant wave the moment it left her hand. The invisible wind wrapped around the shadow clone sword, and it drew out a sharp sword shadow. It carried the force of 1,000 pounds, and it sent the purple caltrop python flying. It fell into the mud, and a large amount of dirty water splashed out. Little Handsome, are you still not done? Hurry up and blow it up. Mu Yu knew that his attack wouldn't do any real damage to the purple caltrop python. Its scales were too thick. There was no way he could break through them. The purple caltrop python hissed and rolled out of the swamp. It pulled away from Mu Yu and faced off against Mu Yu. It knew that the human in front of it wasn't to be trifled with. It was very afraid of that lightning. Even with its indestructible body, it would be paralyzed by it. Mu Yu couldn't kill the purple caltrop python. The purple caltrop python was afraid of lightning. For a moment, the man and the snake didn't move. They just stared at each other. Mu Yu thought it was a bit funny. If the enemy didn't move, he wouldn't move. Wasn't this the highest level of combat? But at that moment, the purple caltrop python's body suddenly trembled. Its entire body twisted uneasily. It roared at the sky, and streams of black gas came out of its mouth. Aya, my hand shook and accidentally blew up the explosive pill. Cough, cough, it's choking me. My fur is all burnt. Why does it seem fine? Little Handsome's voice faintly came from the purple caltrop python's stomach. That's all you can do with the explosive pill? Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The explosive pill was different for people of different cultivation levels. He had forgotten that little Shuai was just a foodie that only thought about drumsticks all day long. He didn't know what cultivation level it had. Little Shuai had never fought with anyone before. Everything was settled by Mu Yu. Wait. It couldn't be that it had no cultivation level at all, right? Then the explosive pill would be completely ineffective. Where's the snake gallbladder? Have you eaten the gallbladder yet? Mu Yu shouted. He lamented that he had wasted a level 7 explosive pill. That was a good item refined by the old man guarding the pavilion. Not yet. I'm in its stomach. Its stomach is so thick. I'm cutting it open. Little Handsome's confused voice came. Damn, he couldn't count on this guy anymore. The purple caltrop python was both shocked and angry. It clearly didn't expect that the little guy it had swallowed was still alive and causing trouble in its stomach. It wriggled its body angrily, but it couldn't do anything to Little Handsome. It could only hiss non-stop. Then it turned its anger back to Mu Yu. With a swing of its tail, it rushed toward Mu Yu. Hey, didn't we agree that I wouldn't move if the enemy didn't move? I didn't move, so why are you moving? Mu Yu turned and flew up. The shadow clone sword in his hand produced a 10-foot-long sword shadow. It swept out wildly, blocking the purple caltrop python's attack. The purple caltrop python's tail straightened on the ground. Its entire body shot toward Mu Yu like an arrow. But midway, the snake's body suddenly bent. It hissed in pain and fell heavily to the ground. It crashed into a pile of weeds and rolled around. What a big snake gallbladder. I don't know if it tastes good. Let me have a taste. Wait, you can't bite the gallbladder directly, Mu Yu shouted, but it was too late. Whoa, so bitter, so bitter. I need to rinse my mouth, water, ugh. Little Handsome's retching voice came from within the purple caltrop python's stomach. Mu Yu was amused. Little Handsome couldn't have bitten the gallbladder directly, right? Didn't it know that gallbladders couldn't be eaten directly? It ate so much for nothing. It didn't even look at what could be eaten directly and what couldn't be eaten directly. Who told you to bite the gallbladder? Hurry up and cut it out. Although it's very nutritious, it doesn't taste good. Mu Yu was convulsing with laughter. The purple caltrop python was rolling on the ground in pain, and the surrounding vegetation was in a mess. It never would have thought that there was something called Little Handsome in this world that it couldn't casually swallow. Its stomach juice could digest any prey, but it couldn't digest Little Handsome. I'm never eating snakes again. It's disgusting. Ooh. Inside the purple caltrop python's stomach, Little Handsome was already vomiting. It seemed to have removed the snake's gallbladder, but the purple caltrop python didn't die because of that. It just spat out its tongue angrily, but soon, a look of panic flashed in its eyes. Ha, I found this fellow's demon spirit. A demon spirit is much more nutritious than a snake gallbladder. I definitely have to try this. The purple caltrop python's body suddenly straightened. Its eyes were wide open. It wanted to do something, but it couldn't do anything about Little Handsome. It unwillingly flopped around a few times and stopped moving. It could live without a gallbladder, but a demon spirit was the essence and cultivation of a demon beast. Without a demon spirit, no matter how tenacious its life force was, it couldn't survive. Mu Yu patted his clothes and put away the shadow clone sword. He walked over to check on the purple caltrop python that had chased him to death. It was just its bad luck to have encountered such a thick-skinned little handsome. He kicked the snake's body and said, "Come out. The purple caltrop python is already dead. Are you going to wait for it to give birth to you?" Little handsome mumbled a few words. Mu Yu couldn't hear what it was saying. Its mouth seemed to be stuffed with something. After a while, a small gap opened in the purple caltrop python's mouth and little handsome struggled to crawl out. Its mouth was bulging. The purple caltrop python's demon spirit was probably very big. Little handsome's body was charred black and covered in disgusting things. It wanted to jump onto Mu Yu but was slapped away by Mu Yu. "Go wash up. That gastric juice will burn me." Mu Yu's face was filled with disgust. His skin wasn't as thick as Little Handsome's. Little Handsome grumbled a few words and wandered around a few times. Finally, it found a relatively clean pond and washed the filth off its body. "How do we deal with this purple caltrop python?" Little Handsome rubbed its stomach and asked with satisfaction. "The skin of a purple caltrop python is a high-quality alchemy material. Look at how big this one is. It's definitely more precious than a third-layer one. Come, let's deal with it," Mu Yu said as he took out the shadow clone sword and began cutting. Although the purple caltrop python's scales were covered in sword shadows, the skin below the scales was very easy to cut. It took Mu Yu an hour to deal with this huge snake. Demon spirits are really delicious. "Let's go. We'll go find a few more to fill our stomachs." Little Handsome licked its lips. "I feel that we'll be the nightmare of those demon beasts in the second layer of sky. It's best if they don't provoke us. First, I want you to eat their demon spirit." Mu Yu realized that bringing along a glutton like Little Handsome was a good choice. At a critical moment, it could be used as bait to defeat the demon beasts from the inside out. It was perfect. Chapter 215. Whoa, did this guy eat shit in the morning? Why is his stomach so disgusting? It's a three-tailed demonic dog. Of course a dog eats shit. Damn it, bad luck. I touched the demon spirit. Give me the demon spirit. Don't eat it. Very harmonious shouts rang out from the swamp. One man and one beast, working together to make money, division of labor clear. Mu Yu specifically attracted the attention of the demonic beasts, then threw Little Handsome to the demonic beasts as a meal for Little Handsome to take care of. They have been in the swamp for 2 days and have met no less than 10 rank 4 demonic beasts. 8 of them were taken care of by Little Handsome as bait, while the rest were taken care of by Mu Yu with his own strength. One man and one beast were invincible in the swamp, using the most unexpected method to kill the demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts would never have thought that their death would come from the inside out. They can accept being torn apart by other powerful enemies, but dying in such a way is a disgrace. Little Handsome's ability to steal demon spirits from other demonic beast stomachs is unheard of. No matter how strong the demonic beast is, once its demon spirit is taken by Little Handsome, it will be finished. Hurry up, I vaguely felt the aura of a rank 5 demonic beast. If we meet it, we won't even be able to run. Mu Yu anxiously shouted. A rank 5 demonic beast has the cultivation of an out-of-body stage, it's best not to provoke it. The earthy yellow three-tailed demonic dog's huge body fell to the ground. Its eyes were filled with anger as it unwillingly breathed its last breath. Little Handsome fumbled its way out of its mouth, then threw the demon spirit to Mu Yu. I told you to give me the demon spirit, why did you eat it? Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the bite mark on the demon spirit. Little Handsome actually secretly took a bite. It accidentally touched my mouth. Little Handsome's body was wet and covered with messy things, but he still didn't forget to explain. Forget it, forget it. I really have to hand it to you. Mu Yu had long ago used a tree to carve out a basin filled with clean water for Xiao Shuai to wash his body. Little Shuai's entire body stank. Fortunately, Its control of spiritual energy was very precise and it could easily get rid of the smell on its body. Mu Yu had already obtained 4 demon spirits. The remaining ones were all in Xiao Shuai's stomach. These demon spirits didn't matter to Mu Yu. His cultivation talent was already very high, so he didn't need these things from the outside world to improve himself. However, just because he couldn't use it didn't mean that others couldn't use it. For example, he could give it to Elder Ku Mu. He was currently cultivating from the beginning. With the help of the demon spirit, his cultivation would recover faster. After exploring for a while, they finally got out of the swamp and stepped onto solid ground. In front of him was a vast and boundless grassland. A large river spanned the entire grassland and flowed eastward. Occasionally, some trees could be seen in the grassland. These trees were very tall and had luxuriant foliage. They were full of vitality and were much larger than the trees Mu Yu had seen before. Because there were no humans in this world, only demonic beasts, the landscape was very primitive. Traces of battles between demonic beasts could be seen everywhere. Some demonic beasts were flying above the grassland, chasing each other. There were even some herbivorous demonic beasts slowly moving about. Some were quietly drinking water by the river. Mu Yu took out the map and glanced at it. At the bottom corner of the map, there was an indication of the sea. Beside the sea, there was a circle representing the swamp. Outside the swamp, there was indeed a grassland with a large river. According to the map, the 9 Chi soul cleansing flower was on a mountain in the east. It was still a long distance away from here. Mu Yu estimated that it would take them 2 to 3 days to reach there. Ku Mu said that the mountain was very special and could be seen with a single glance. When he was young, he had picked the 9 Chi soul cleansing flower there. That mountain was called the 6-Finger Mountain. As for the netherworld grass, it was in the snow valley in the northwest direction. There were many demonic beasts there. They were all high-rank demonic beasts with thick skin and flesh that could withstand the cold. Ku Mu had never seen the netherworld grass before. He had only heard about it from Daoist Yun Dan. Daoist Yun Dan had been there before, but he didn't dare to approach because of the powerful demonic beasts. He only saw the netherworld grass from afar, surrounded by many demonic beasts. Even Daoist Yun Dan didn't dare to get too close. Mu Yu actually didn't have much confidence in his heart. However, the arrow was already narked on the bow. Even if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, he had to give it a try. Ku Mu asked Daoist Yun Dan to help draw a rough outline of the snow valley for Mu Yu to refer to. With this reference, it might be of some help. The sun shone on his body, making him feel warm. Mu Yu stretched his body comfortably. The fog in the swamp didn't dissipate all year round. If he stayed for too long, he felt that he would get rheumatism. Although he had only stayed in the swamp for 2 days, he felt as if he had stayed there for 2 years. The swamp was very stifling. Demonic beasts are coming. Mu Yu once again discovered 2 gloomy auras. He really didn't want to fight with demonic beasts anymore. Not only was it a waste of time, it was also very tiring. In his perception, there was a trace of abnormality in the surrounding plants. He immediately took out the root grass and dove into the ground. He planned to avoid these 2 demonic beasts first. 2 gloomy cold auras appeared in the swamp. Following that, 2 shadows rushed out of the swamp. Mu Yu thought that they were 2 demonic beasts. However, he was surprised to find that they were actually 2 people from the Gate of Hell. They had actually been teleported into the swamp as well. These 2 people's bodies flickered with a steaming black aura. Wherever they went, a layer of frost would form on the plants. They landed at the place where Mu Yu was just standing. The surrounding bushes immediately withered, as if their vitality had been sucked away. The ghost aura dissipated, revealing their true appearances. They were a man and a woman. The man's face was pale without a trace of blood. However, his eyes were incomparably sharp. He looked very young. The woman looked very cold. Her eyes were as black as ink. There was no white in her eyes. She looked very frightening. One of the characteristics of the people from the Gate of Hell was that everyone's skin color looked like someone who had been dead for a long time. It was frighteningly white. Senior brother Xianyu, Where do we go next? The woman from the ghost gate asked. Her voice did not have a trace of human emotion. It was as if she was a walking corpse. It was very stiff and made people feel uncomfortable listening to her. Senior brother Shenyu? Gui Shenyu? When Mu Yu heard this, he was slightly shocked. Gui Xuanyue's physical body had been destroyed by Feng Haochen in the Moyun mountain range. His twin had also been killed by Mu Yu. Although Mu Yu had ignored Gui Xuanyue's soul and allowed him to escape, this man in front of him didn't look like Gui Shenyu. First, we have to find a few demonic souls. If we had been able to get the Ghost Venerable to go to the Ghost Island back then, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble now. Unfortunately, Jian Ying and Chen Feng in the Moyun mountain range are indeed true gods. They are indeed not people we can target. From this guy's tone, he really was Gui Shenyu. Now that he had appeared with a different appearance, could it be that he had found a new physical body? Then where could he find his twin? The most powerful thing about the people from the Gate of Hell was that they had twins working together. Without twins, their strength would be greatly reduced. Could it be that Gui Shenyu had found another twin? If we are looking for demonic souls, we need to use the soul extraction array to find the whereabouts of the demons. However, the demons are quite powerful. It will be difficult to kill them and collect their demonic souls. The demons must have found a way to enter the second firmament. As long as we follow them, we should be able to find the White Ape Demon King, said the woman from the Gate of Hell. Let's find the others first. Fortunately, we are not far away from each other. These second firmament demonic beasts are very powerful. We need to find a relatively remote place to use the soul extraction array. We cannot be disturbed by them. Also, the 9 arrays for the Ghost Lord's possession have been prepared. We have to capture the White Ape Demon King alive. Gui Shenyu said in a low voice. He looked around and did not find anything unusual. He then rose into the air again and continued on his journey with the woman from the Gate of Hell. After a long time, Mu Yu came out. The place he was hiding in was covered in a layer of white frost. The 9 arrays for possession. Mu Yu pondered for a long time. He remembered that when he went to the plague village with Deadwood to save people, they met the people from the Gate of Hell. They were said to be collecting pure mortal souls for Gui Jiuming's possession. Did that mean that the Ghost Lord that Gui Shenyu mentioned was Gui Jiuming? Then what's the matter with the White Ape Demon King? How did they know that the White Ape Demon King was in the second firmament? Mu Yu looked at the 2 people from the Gate of Hell in the distance and fell into deep thought. There were originally 3 races in the third firmament: the humans, the human, and the demons. The demons had disappeared long before the human. They had disappeared for thousands of years. How could there be news of them now? Only the disciples of the 13 sects had entered the second firmament. How did the demons enter the second firmament? Could it be that the demons had found another way to enter the second firmament? When Mu Yu interrogated the disciple from the Gate of Hell, he died before he could say the whereabouts of the White Ape Demon King. Now it seemed that the White Ape Demon King was sealed in the second firmament. Many complicated questions hovered in Mu Yu's mind, making him feel puzzled. He could not understand the stakes. The White Ape Demon King was one of the 10 great demon kings. The demons would certainly not let him be captured alive by the people from the Gate of Hell. But if it was a demon king, how could the nascent soul stage cultivators from the Gate of Hell be sure to capture the demon king? A demon king was an extremely powerful existence. No matter how powerful Gui Shenyu was, he could not be a match for a demon king. Human escaping from the Moyun Mountains and returning to the third firmament was already bad enough. Now it seemed that the demons, who had been silent for a long time, were beginning to stir. It seemed that the peaceful lives that Jian Ying and Chen Feng sacrificed themselves for the humans of the third firmament could no longer be maintained. Should we follow them? Xiao Shui scratched his head and asked. Should they go? Whether it was human or the demons, these matters were very troublesome. The people from the Gate of Hell were one of the 8 gates. If Mu Yu had not discovered their despicable actions, he might have thought that the Gate of Hell was trying to stop the revival of the demons. But with the despicable nature of the Gate of Hell, this was impossible. They treated human lives like grass. Why would they stop the demons for the sake of humans? Forget it, let's not go. This matter has nothing to do with us. Let's find the 9 chi soul cleansing flower and the netherworld herb first. This matter is much more important than following them. The people from the gate of hell had secretly collected the souls of thousands of mortals. No matter what they were going to do next, to Mu Yu, it was not as important as finding the 9 chi soul cleansing flower and the netherworld herb. His master was once able to stop 5 spirit lords Yu Meng. As long as he could recover his cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to stop Yu Meng and the demons. But Gui Xuanyue's cultivation has improved a lot. Mu Yu looked at Gui Xuanyue's back. Although he had stepped into the nascent soul stage, Gui Xuanyue's strength was still above his. However, if Mu Yu had the chance, he would definitely fight Gui Shenyu personally. Last time at the Moyun Mountains, he only had the strength of the Jindan period. Against Gui Shenyu, who was in the nascent soul stage, he had no chance of fighting back. Now that he had stepped into the nascent soul stage, it was time to settle the score. Gui Shenyu had wanted to kill Mu Yu's master. Just this alone was not something that Mu Yu could tolerate. Chapter 216. The second layer is the world of demon beasts. Therefore, even after Mu Yu left the swamp, he could still see demon beasts with monstrous strength. Fortunately, many rank 5 and rank 6 demon beasts don't gather in groups. High-rank demon beasts have a special sense of territory. They allow weaker demon beasts to intrude into their territory. After all, they also need prey. However, once they encounter a demon beast that can threaten their position, they will show their true strength. Mu Yu had already intruded into the territory of many high-rank demon beasts. However, because his existence didn't pose a threat to them and they didn't treat him as prey, he didn't encounter any danger along the way. If he encountered a rank 4 demon beast, he could just let Little Shuai deal with it. Mu Yu now gave Little Shuai a nickname, Demon Beast Terminator. He originally wanted to see if he could throw Little Shuai to a rank 5 demon beast as a snack. It would be even better if he could get a rank 5 demon beast's demon spirit. However, after thinking about it, a rank 5 demon beast is too powerful. Last time, Mu Yu was given a headache by a rank 4 purple caltrop python. If he was targeted by a rank 5 demon beast, he was destined to be finished. Did I go the wrong way? Shouldn't there be a river here? Mu Yu sat on the flying sword and scratched his head, puzzled. He compared it to Deadwood's map. On Deadwood's map, after crossing this mountain, there should be a wide river emitting black gas. However, in front of him, there was only a vast plain made of stones. There wasn't even a drop of water. That old man came in a long time ago. There are so many powerful demonic beasts here. Who knows, maybe one of the high-tier demonic beasts likes rocks and filled up the Black River with rocks. Little Shuai was holding onto a piece of rank 4 demonic beast's demon spirit, munching on it with relish. Then he must be bored. Mu Yu gestured the position of the sun in the sky. After confirming that the direction was correct, he continued to fly towards the stone plain. The more he flew, the more he felt that something was wrong. He looked around and saw that there were only scattered stones. He didn't see anything else, whether it was plants or creatures. Even the demon beasts that were running around earlier were all gone. Why was it so strange? It was as if they had entered a world made of stone. The ground was filled with strangely shaped stones. Occasionally, they would see 1 or 2 mountains. However, the mountains that were thousands of meters tall did not even have a single plant. There was only pure soil and stone, which was extremely abrupt. Mu Yu began to feel suspicious. He had a bad premonition. This kind of situation made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if he had come to a familiar yet strange place. He couldn't tell where this feeling came from, but this strange feeling lingered in his mind. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the sound of Mu Yu flying on his sword and the sound of Little Handsome munching on Ken's demon spirit could be heard. But at this moment, with a whoosh, an abrupt sound suddenly sounded from below. Mu Yu tilted his head, and a fist-sized rock brushed past his ear. The sharp sound of friction caused his eardrums to hurt. His body became sluggish, and he stopped. He wanted to know what was going on with this stone that appeared out of nowhere. Was there someone around? Who is it? Muyu looked around vigilantly. However, no one responded to him. The surroundings were still deathly silent. It was as if that stone had accidentally flown up by itself. Of course, this was impossible. Stones wouldn't move by themselves. To be able to accurately hit a nascent soul stage cultivator's head with such great force, Muyu wouldn't believe that it was an accident. Whoosh, whoosh. Another sharp sound of something breaking through the air. Muyu's body was forcefully pulled to the side. 2 stones brushed past his shoulder. Before Muyu had the time to turn around, he saw a horrifying scene. The stones on the ground suddenly floated up one by one and hung in the air. Just as Muyu was stunned, several hundred stones uniformly rushed towards Muyu. Hearing the sound of friction between them and the air, Muyu concluded that as long as he was hit by one of them, he would definitely get pregnant. What the hell is this? Muyu shouted. Controlling the surrounding spiritual energy, his entire body flew upwards like an arrow. The stones collided with each other at his original position. Some of the stones were even shattered. However, this wasn't the end. Those stones that collided with each other didn't fall back to the ground like Muyu imagined. Instead, they paused for a moment and continued to fly towards Muyu. These stones seemed to have a consciousness. They relentlessly chased after Muyu. No matter how Muyu dodged, the stones would always continue to smash towards him. Moreover, Muyu found that it was becoming more and more difficult for him to dodge. More and more stones on the ground floated up. If he wasn't careful and was hit, he would definitely be buried by these stones. Rip! A corner of his clothes had already been scraped. With his speed, he couldn't do anything about these stones. He raised the shadow clone sword and began to block the attacks of these stones. However, if this continued, it was obvious that he would only be passively beaten. Muyu clasped his hands together and gathered the surrounding spiritual energy to form a spiritual energy barrier around him. When the stones smashed onto the barrier, waves of heart-palpitating ripples appeared. Fortunately, the barrier could withstand the impact of the stones and was able to bounce them away. However, before Muyu could breathe a sigh of relief, he found that the stones didn't rush over anymore. Instead, they lightly stuck to his barrier. The stones seemed to have a mind of their own as they seamlessly linked together and began to gradually surround Muyu's barrier. What the hell? Muyu took advantage of the gap before he was wrapped up by the stones to rush out of the encirclement. The shadow clone sword rotated in front of his chest. A green light exploded with the shadow clone sword as the center. The sharp sword chi instantly shattered the stones that followed him. However, more and more stones jumped up from the ground. There was nothing around him that could be used as a shield. If this continued, he would be smashed down by the stones sooner or later. Ha! At this moment, Muyu suddenly heard a delicate shout. He followed the voice and saw a blue-clothed girl not far from him. She was also dealing with a large pile of stones. I finally found someone. Truly not simple. The people that could be seen here were usually disciples of some sect from the third heaven like him. Although Muyu didn't know this girl, he was still very happy that there was a living person in this silent stone world. The girl looked to be about the same age as Muyu. He didn't know which sect she came from. Her body was surrounded by a blue halo that seemed to be some kind of powerful magic artifact. Wherever the halo moved, the stones would be shattered. Muyu repelled the stones as he approached the girl. The girl also noticed Muyu and hesitated for a moment before flying over. Hey, miss, do you know what is going on with these stones? Muyu asked as his shadow clone sword sliced through a row of stones. You don't know? The blue-clothed girl frowned. Muyu saw clearly what the blue halo around her body was. It was a delicate and smooth ribbon made of unknown material. Should I know? Muyu asked puzzledly. The blue-clothed girl glanced at Muyu suspiciously and then said, Are you from the third heaven? Yes. My name is Muyu and I am from the Danding sect. May I know your name? Which sect are you from? Muyu happily introduced himself. At the same time, he muttered in his heart. If he wasn't from the third heaven, Could he be a native of the second heaven? Let's deal with these Yumeng first. The blue-clothed girl's words made Muyu startled. How could these stones be Yumeng? Muyu didn't have time to ask more questions when a sudden change occurred. The stones in the air seemed to be summoned by something and began to quickly fly in all directions. They gradually gathered on the ground, and after a while, the stones pieced together into a humanoid shape. They had become a living stone man. These stone men had blurry facial features, especially their eyes, which were formed by two glowing purple gems. Just looking at them would make one panic. What is this? Stone demons. Do they have demon spirits? Little Shuai shouted excitedly. He quickly stuffed the rest of the demon spirits into his mouth. Then, he jumped onto Muyu's head, ready to go all out. This is Yumeng, human. You don't know that it's not a stone? The blue-clothed girl frowned. The stones around her no longer attacked them, but she didn't dare to be careless. The blue ribbon still surrounded her. Ah! Yumeng. Yumeng doesn't have a demon spirit, right? Little Shuai wagged his tail and quickly returned to Muyu's embrace. Of course, Muyu knew about Yumeng. Not to mention his relationship with two human, he had also seen two human in Lanshi City. Strictly speaking, he hadn't seen Yumeng's true face. However, it was true that two human had attacked him in Lanshi City. These Yumeng were all made of stone. They seemed to be different from the earthy yellow color that village chief grandpa had mentioned. This is two humans' territory. There are too many stones here. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave this place quickly, the blue-clothed girl said. As soon as she finished speaking, the Yumeng suddenly stomped their feet on the ground. Their heavy bodies were like huge sandbags as they charged towards the two of them. Muyu could clearly hear the sound of their huge fists whistling through the air. If she was hit by one of those fists, she would probably vomit blood. Muyu didn't dare to take it head-on. His figure nimbly dodging the wind-like fists. His feet tapped on one of the Yumeng's arms, pulling apart the distance between them. However, the other Yumeng closed in and let out a muffled roar, smashing towards Muyu's head. Be careful. The blue-clothed girl's blue ribbon suddenly wrapped around the waist of the Yumeng that had attacked Muyu. With a tug of her slender arms, the two Yumen's heavy body was actually lifted up and thrown out, smashing into the other Yumeng. The two Yumeng fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Muyu didn't even have time to thank her. His shadow clone sword had already left his hand. It pierced through the blue-clothed girl's hair and pierced the right eye of the other Yumeng. That Yumeng's fist that was about to hit the blue-clothed girl's waist suddenly stopped. It let out a muffled cry of pain and tried to grab the shadow clone sword with both hands. Muyu had already pulled out the shadow clone sword. The purple glowing stone had already shattered. The blue-clothed girl took the opportunity to kick the Yumeng's chest, sending it flying. No need to thank me. No need to thank me, the two of them said at the same time. Then, they looked at each other. Only Muyu smiled foolishly, while the girl snorted disdainfully. She looked very arrogant. Muyu was speechless. He rubbed his nose, thinking that this girl was really arrogant. He was just greeting her. Why did she have to be so arrogant? But then again, this girl's strength wasn't small. Even the heavy body of the Yumeng was sent flying by her. She was a real tomboy. Chapter 217. The blue-clothed girl flew in front for about 4 hours, and Muyu followed closely behind. From time to time, some Tuyumeng would get up from the ground and attack them, but they managed to avoid them. Now was not the time to fight, especially in this endless stone plain. Who knew how many Tuyumeng were waiting for them? This way. The blue-clothed girl suddenly turned and ran in another direction. She seemed to know the direction and would always adjust her direction at the right time. Fortunately, he was following this girl. Otherwise, with Muyu's poor sense of direction, he might have flown into the nest of the Tuyumeng. After a while, a huge cliff appeared in front of them, and the stones that filled the sky had disappeared. This place was like the boundary of the world. Looking down from the cliff, all they could see was a misty forest, and they could not see the end of it. Muyu looked back and saw that the Tuyumeng were running on the stone ground, and their speed was not slower than theirs. The Tuyumeng's jumping ability was also amazing. No matter how high they flew, these Tuyumeng would always be able to reach their height. Moreover, there was a strange pulling force coming from below. Once they flew too high, it would be difficult for them to fly. Wait. The blue-clothed girl suddenly stopped at the edge of the cliff. Why did you stop? They are about to catch up. Mu Yu saw that the blue-clothed girl had suddenly stopped at the edge of the cliff, and he quickly stepped on his flying sword to stop. However, he still flew a little bit out of the cliff due to inertia. Hey! Don't step out! The blue-clothed girl shouted, but it was too late. As soon as Mu Yu stepped over the cliff, a huge pulling force suddenly came from his body. It was as if his body was tied up by a heavy mountain. His entire body fell down the cliff uncontrollably, and he did not have any room to struggle. Damn! What the hell? Mu Yu tried to mobilize all the spiritual power in his body, wanting to fight against this strange force. However, this strange force was too strange. All the spiritual power in his body was severely suppressed, and he did not have any strength to resist. Damn it, my fear of heights is acting up again. This scene was similar to when Mu Yu fell from the edge of a cliff when he was very young. It was also at that time that he developed a fear of heights. Now, under Enshu's training, he gradually overcame his fear of heights. However, this strange force caused him to fall off the cliff again, and the same scene evoked the fear in his heart. So troublesome. The blue-clothed girl's voice came from above. Just as Mu Yu was thinking about how to find a way to safely land, he looked up from the corner of his eye and found that the blue-clothed girl muttered and then jumped down from the cliff. What kind of scene was this? The blue-clothed woman spread out her arms and stepped on the silk ribbon. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, leaving behind an afterimage. The wind brushed past her temples and strands of fine black hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world. She was so graceful that Mu Yu was a little stunned. It's a pity that you're not wearing a dress. Little Handsome drooled as he stared at Xiao Shui. Little Handsome, you little pervert. Mu Yu looked at the blue-clothed girl's falling figure, and for a moment, she forgot that she was still falling quickly. Don't pretend to be virtuous. Don't you also want her to wear a dress? Little Handsome wiped his drool and also wiped Mu Yu's drool. I didn't. Mu Yu didn't look at Little Handsome at all. His eyes didn't leave the blue-clothed girl for a moment. The blue-clothed girl's falling speed was not slower than Mu Yu's. She quickly descended to Mu Yu's side. The silk ribbon under her feet extended and wrapped around Mu Yu's heel. Then, the other end of the ribbon wrapped around a protruding rock on the cliff. With a huge recoil, the two finally stopped. Mu Yu was hanging upside down and couldn't gather spiritual power. He was just like an ordinary person. At the same time, he found that his thigh seemed to have been pulled and dislocated. A tearing pain swept over him. With such pain, he no longer had the time to look at the beautiful girl. Grab the rock yourself. The blue-clothed girl shouted. Mu Yu reacted. Ignoring the pain in his thigh, he supported himself with both hands on the rock wall. Then, he groped for a suitable position and firmly hugged the rock. Can you let go of my leg? Mu Yu felt that it was really embarrassing to make a fool of himself in front of a girl. He tried to pretend as if nothing had happened. He wanted to show that he didn't need help. I just heard a creaking sound. Your leg seems to have been dislocated. The blue-clothed girl shrugged and loosened the blue ribbon. This loosening of the ribbon didn't matter. The weight of the whole body was added to his arm. He wanted to kick his leg on the rock wall, but his right leg didn't have any strength. His whole body slipped and his leg turned down. Then, his heel hit the rock wall. Another sharp pain came. Mu Yu gritted his teeth in pain. Damn. Just now, he wanted to pretend to be a man in front of the girl. Now, it was all ruined. Why can't we fly here? Mu Yu slowed down and endured the pain in his thigh. He forced himself to ask. The Tuyumeng's gravity domain. They are the kings of the earth. They are extremely skilled in controlling gravity. Fortunately, these are just the weaker Tuyumeng. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. The blue-clothed girl seemed to know everything. Not only did she know the direction, but she also knew the abilities of the Tuyumeng. Miss, you know a lot. Yu really didn't know what was so powerful about the Tuyumeng. He always thought that the Tuyumeng only knew how to control rocks. He didn't know that they could also control gravity. Yu tried his best to straighten his posture. He tried his best to save some of his image in front of the girl. However, he still looked very embarrassed. The blue-clothed girl used the blue ribbon to stabilize her body. She looked very casual. You don't know anything and you're running to the second layer of heaven. You're really not afraid of death. The blue-clothed girl snorted. They did tell me that the human could infiltrate the second layer of heaven. However, I didn't think I would encounter them. How could I be so unlucky? Yu muttered. He then asked, "May I know your name?" Qiao Shui. Qiao Shui gave a short answer. It seemed that she didn't want to talk to Yu. Miss Qiao Shui is so familiar with this place. If I didn't know that there was no one here, I would have suspected that you are a native of the second layer of heaven. Let me introduce myself again. I am Yu from the Danding sect. Yu chuckled. I am from the Red Dust sect. Qiao Shui looked at Yu condescendingly. Is that so? Then you must know Tian Ran. As expected of the 8 sects, you know this place like the back of your hand. Yu said. When Qiao Shui heard Yu say that he knew Tian Ran, her expression changed. However, she quickly covered it up and snorted non-committally. What is below? What will happen if we fall? Yu looked at the bottomless cliff and felt a lingering fear. I don't know what is below. Even if we don't die, we will probably lose half of our life. Qiao Shui curled her lips. She sized up Yu and said, You don't look like you are from the Danding sect. I know that the Danding sect is full of sickly weaklings. They don't have skills like yours. I am special. Yu raised his eyebrows. He was too lazy to explain anything. The most important thing for him right now was to reattach his broken leg. However, in his current position, there was no chance for him to heal it. Little Handsome, help me if you are not dead. Yu called out. Little Handsome had been sleeping comfortably in Yu's clothes. Just a moment ago, he was drooling while looking at the beauty. Now, he was sleeping soundly. Are we out of danger? Little Handsome poked his head out and looked at Qiao Shui. He scratched his head and asked, Did you chase those stone monsters away? We were chased away. My right leg is broken. Hurry and help me. Yu ignored Qiao Shui's strange gaze and rubbed his chin on Little Handsome's head. When Xiao Shui saw Qiao Shui, he even combed his hair and stood on Yu's shoulder. He bowed and said, Dear miss, my name is Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui means Xiao Shui, and Xiao Shui means Xiao Shui. Please take care of me. Take care of your sister. Hurry and reattach my leg. Otherwise, we will all die if we fall. Yu cursed. Miss, we don't need to pay attention to this bore. Miss, you have a familiar smell on your body. Did you bring something delicious? Seeing that Miss is so delicate and refined, I wonder what is Miss's surname. If you talk nonsense again, I won't give you the drumstick. Yu was simply angered by this fellow. He even talked about food when he hit on her. When Little Handsome heard about food, he immediately crawled down Yu's body to take care of his injured leg. Between the beauty and the drumstick, Little Handsome chose the drumstick. It's just an ordinary fracture. It's not a problem. You are a cultivator after all. Isn't it too embarrassing to have a fracture? I will reattach it for you immediately. Little Handsome muttered as he floated in the air. Then, he grabbed Yu's right leg with his claws and pulled it up with all his strength. Following an unpleasant sound and a painful groan from Yu, Little Handsome clapped his hands and flew back to Yu's shoulder. Can't you be gentler? Don't you know that it hurts to use so much strength? Hey, wait a minute. How can you fly? Yu opened his eyes wide. There was an array formation here and it was impossible to fly. However, Little Handsome acted as if nothing had happened and was not affected at all. What? You can't fly? I was wondering why the two of you were in such a strange position. So you can't fly. Why can't you fly here? Hey, Why are the two of you looking at me like that? The following matters were much easier. Honestly speaking, sometimes bringing little Shui along was quite useful. For example, he could heal your injuries, and when encountering demonic beasts, he could even act as bait and so on. Other than that, he could also help you fly. Little Handsome could only protest helplessly. In the end, Muyu used the roasted chicken as bait. Muyu grabbed Little Handsome's tail. As Little Handsome cried out, he actually carried Muyu up. Moreover, he did not seem to be using any effort at all. Beauty, do you want a ride? It's free. Muyu stretched out his hand and said to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui looked at Little Handsome suspiciously. Little Handsome had been struggling in the air. Clearly, she didn't believe that Little Handsome's small body could carry two people. She hesitated for a moment, but since she didn't have a better idea, she simply nodded. Chapter 218. Muyu complained in his heart. His waist was so tight that he couldn't breathe, but he couldn't lose his poise in front of a girl. He could only grimace in pain as Xiao Shui grumbled. This cliff was very deep. He really didn't know how two Yuming managed to stack the rocks so high. They descended for almost 2 hours before they could barely see the true appearance of the bottom. There were lush bushes everywhere, and they could faintly see bumpy ponds. After another hour, they finally landed on a rock, trembling. There were all kinds of unknown plants around them. Some of them were even blooming, but there was something missing. After a while, Muyu noticed what was missing. There were no bees, butterflies, or any other insects. He couldn't even hear the chirping of birds. It was eerily quiet. There was no wind blowing, and the plants didn't move. There was only the sound of their own breathing. This place is a little strange. Muyu touched the plants beside him. They seemed to be repelling Muyu. Muyu didn't feel any familiarity from these plants. He wanted to fuse with them, but he was still a little repulsed. Xiao Shui looked around and frowned. However, she didn't show any abnormalities. She was just thinking about something. Muyu originally wanted to find a topic to talk to Xiao Shui, but seeing her indifferent look, he felt that it was better not to ask for a rebuff. The two of them rested on the rock for a long time. They needed time to recover their strength. The sky gradually darkened, and a bright moon appeared in the sky. The bright moonlight sprinkled down on this desolate land, and the quiet swamp did not have a trace of the cold moonlight. Instead, a misty barrier floated in from somewhere, and gradually enveloped them. There was a feeling that arose in the hearts of the two. This fog is poisonous. Muyu just breathed in a bit of the fog and immediately became alert. He circulated his spirit qi to expel the fog from his body. To Muyu, the poisonous gas couldn't hurt him at all. He just wanted to remind Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui wasn't affected by the fog either. Presumably, she also had a protective treasure on her. Her body was emitting a faint blue light. It was the blue silk belt on her waist that was protecting her. Xiao Shui glanced at Muyu and reminded, from now on, you have to be vigilant. Powerful second-layer demonic beasts usually come out at night. Muyu didn't know how Xiao Shui knew about this. In fact, there was no need for Xiao Shui to remind him. Rustling sounds could be heard in the originally silent swamp, as if something was crawling quickly on the wetland. It was only a sound, but it couldn't be seen. Ow! A proud and aloof cry sounded not far away. The two of them turned to look at the source of the sound. A tall pine tree stood out from the rest not far away, appearing very lofty under the cold moonlight. The winding and rugged branches gave off a sense of vicissitudes, as if they had experienced many years of wind and rain, but they still did not fall. From the tip of the pine tree, there was a grey snake-shaped demonic beast hissing towards the sky. What shocked them was that this demonic beast had a snake-like body, but its entire head was a genuine wolf's head. Its pair of scarlet wolf eyes looked particularly demonic under the reflection of the moonlight. How can a wild wolf appear in this place? Xiao Shui said in a soft voice. Her eyes didn't leave that strange demonic beast. That demonic beast hissed towards the moonlight from the tip of the pine tree. It seemed to be transmitting some kind of signal. Wild wolf. You know this kind of demonic beast? Mu Yu hadn't seen this kind of demonic beast when he was in the third layer of celestial layer, nor had he heard of this kind of demonic beast. There were also many books that didn't record this kind of demonic beast. He didn't know how Xiao Shui knew about it. Xiao Shui didn't respond to Mu Yu's words. Her gaze swept across the sky, as if she was looking for something. After a while, Mu Yu finally knew what she was looking for. Under the moonlight, a huge yellow bird flapped its wings from afar and swooped down towards the wild wolf. The wild wolf's natural enemy is the drifting hawk. This wild wolf's hissing is a provocation towards the drifting hawk. The wild wolf will kill a drifting hawk when it is in heat to seek a mate. The meat of the drifting hawk is very delicious in the wild wolf's eyes. Xiao Shui looked at Mu Yu's puzzled expression and casually explained. The wild wolf can kill that big bird flying in the sky. Needless to say, Mu Yu had never heard of the drifting hawk. The drifting hawk's claws reflected a cold and sharp light under the moonlight. These claws were incomparably sharp. Coupled with the advantage of being able to fly, how could the wild wolf beat the big bird? This pair of natural enemies have the same probability of killing each other because the wild wolf can also fly. When Mu Yu still wanted to ask how the wild wolf's snake body could fly, he saw the wild wolf's nimble body already shoot towards the drifting hawk like an arrow leaving the bow. The drifting hawk issued an angry clear bell sound, and a red lightning bolt sped out from its mouth. The drifting hawk's abdomen suddenly unfolded a pair of thin abdominal wings, reflecting an ice-cold light under the moonlight. The abdominal wings lightly shook, and the red lightning passed through the empty space of the wild wolf's coiled snake body. At the same time, the wolf's head ferociously bit towards the drifting hawk. The drifting hawk's powerful wings slapped the wild wolf's head open. The two demon beasts fiercely collided in the air. Even though Mu Yu and the others were so far away, they could still feel the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations emitted by the two demon beasts. Mu Yu didn't have the slightest doubt that if they were to face these two beasts in their current situation, they wouldn't have any power to resist. They could only turn around and run away. These two demon beasts were actually rank 5 demon beast. However, the surrounding rustling sounds were getting louder and louder. Mu Yu withdrew his gaze from the two demon beasts, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. He already understood that the night was the time when the demon beasts were active. These rustling sounds came from afar, and seemed to gradually surround them. We seem to have invaded the turtle ant's territory. We have to leave here quickly. Xiao Shui took the lead and stood up. Mu Yu already didn't feel like asking her why she knew so much. He also vaguely felt that she didn't come with good intentions. Mu Yu was just about to call little Shui to be the flying coolie, when he saw Xiao Shui already standing on the blue ribbon and flying up. Mu Yu was stunned for a moment. Can we fly now? He slightly moved his body and found that the tearing feeling that had been suppressing his spiritual power had disappeared. Xiao Shui looked at Mu Yu strangely. We are already out of two humans' territory, so of course we can fly. However, those two rank 5 demon beasts aren't something that we can deal with. Be careful not to alarm them. Mu Yu didn't know anything about this. He felt that he was lucky to have met Xiao Shui. After all, Xiao Shui was much more familiar with this place than the average person. In an unfamiliar place, especially in such a dangerous place, if he didn't know the rules here, he wouldn't even know how he died. They left the resting rock when the turtle ants attacked. Before Mu Yu left, he took a look at the so-called turtle ants. These turtle ants were the size of sparrows, and their large teeth were wet. It seemed like it was their saliva. Being bitten by them would definitely be unpleasant. Your blue ribbon doesn't seem to be ordinary. Mu Yu flew over a bush. The spiritual power fluctuation on the blue ribbon was different from ordinary magic treasures. It was extremely agile, as if it was a magic treasure with life. Xiao Shui said indifferently, it has an extraordinary origin, so it's naturally different. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to want to say anything, Mu Yu didn't ask anymore. The two of them went around the two rank 5 demon beasts fighting and headed to the fog on the left. Because it was night and the fog was extremely thick, they didn't dare to be careless. They were afraid that they would be targeted. But right at this moment, Mu Yu suddenly felt a sense of danger. He caught sight of a biting cold scarlet light shooting towards Xiao Shui from the corner of his eyes. Be careful. Mu Yu leaped and pushed Xiao Shui down. At the same time, the flying eagle's sharp claws brushed past Xiao Shui's hair. Mu Yu lost his balance with Xiao Shui, and the two of them quickly fell to the ground. Mu Yu's body turned, and his back landed on the ground. Then, Xiao Shui fell on top of him. Let go. Xiao Shui's face turned red. This was the first time she had been hugged by someone of the opposite sex. She struggled out of Mu Yu's embrace and got up. Mu Yu grimaced in pain. He felt that his ribs were about to break, but he didn't have time to think about it. The flying eagle's red lightning was already rushing toward them. Xiao Shui quickly reacted. This flying eagle had probably won the battle just now, and it was actually targeting the two of them. The flying eagle's strength couldn't be underestimated, and Xiao Shui didn't underestimate it. A blue ribbon fluttered out from her waist, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sky blue water curtain that swept toward the flying eagle. The flying eagle let out an angry cry. Clearly, it didn't expect that these two creatures it had never seen before would be able to dodge its attack. Its diving speed was slowed down by the sky blue water curtain. Furthermore, it didn't know what this strange water curtain was made of, but even with its sharp claws, it didn't have the slightest advantage. This made the flying eagle's pride feel greatly provoked. A strange flame shot out from its body, and the flying eagle's body suddenly became somewhat illusory. Mu Yu was shocked to see the flying eagle's body disappear into a ball of flame. However, this ball of flame became extremely domineering, and a violent aura surged out. The sky blue water curtain couldn't even get close to this ball of flame. What are you still standing there for? The flying eagle's natal skill is this ball of flame. Its explosive speed isn't something that we can block. Hurry up and help. Xiao Shui saw Mu Yu slowly crawl up from the ground in a daze, and she was getting more and more tired. She immediately became angry. Mu Yu also wanted to go up and help, but his chest was really stuffy. Anyone who suffered such a blow would be unable to breathe. He still hadn't recovered his strength, and seeing that Xiao Shui couldn't take it anymore, his shadow clone sword split into 5 swords and attacked the ball of flame from different directions. The vast sword chi swept back around the ball of flame. Mu Yu's sword chi, which was filled with vitality, forced the ball of flame back with a thin and gentle force. The 5 swords formed a circular cage, and the tip of each sword perfectly suppressed the sharp radiance of the ball of flame. For a moment, the ball of flame was actually unable to move. Xiao Shui looked at Mu Yu with slight surprise. She clearly didn't expect Mu Yu to be able to restrain the exploding flying eagle so easily. Mu Yu's 5 swords art relied on softness to overcome hardness, and just happened to have the upper hand for a moment. This was the most amazing part of the 9 forms of the falling dust sword art. Mu Yu might have temporarily suppressed the flying eagle, but he wasn't complacent. He was only relying on the falling dust sword art's miraculous ability to restrain the flying eagle. The flying eagle's domineering nature was far beyond his cultivation level. It probably wouldn't take long for the flying eagle to turn back and break free. However, they had forgotten that this was a desolate land. Powerful demonic beasts could be found everywhere. The aura of their battle had already alerted many demonic beasts. Some of the weaker demonic beasts were scared off, but there were even more demonic beasts that were stronger than them. Those demonic beasts were roaring and had already gathered here. Xiao Shui, behind you. Mu Yu's perception towards danger was extremely sharp. Even if he was fighting with the flying eagle, his attention was still focused on his surroundings. The falling dust sword art could control 9 swords at once, and the most important thing was its powerful ability to divert attention. Mu Yu had already seen the wild wolf that was fighting with the flying eagle a moment ago, and its target was actually Xiao Shui. Mu Yu thought that the wild wolf had already been torn to shreds by the flying eagle. Xiao Shui clenched her teeth and forcefully pulled back the blue ribbon. The blue ribbon struck the wild wolf's head at the critical moment, but the wild wolf's snake tail ruthlessly swung at Xiao Shui's chest, sending her flying. Bright red blood instantly stained Xiao Shui's gauze clothes. Originally, the blue ribbon and Mu Yu's shadow clone sword had trapped the flying eagle together. Now that Xiao Shui was injured, the blue ribbon turned back into a ribbon and scattered to the side. Mu Yu could no longer trap the flying eagle. The flying eagle instantly erupted with powerful spiritual energy, sending Mu Yu flying. Mu Yu couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood. The wild wolf and the flowing eagle, these two monster beasts, were natural enemies, but for some reason, at this time, they had a common enemy and set their sights on Mu Yu and Xiao Shui. The wild wolf once again rushed towards Xiao Shui, while the flying eagle was filled with anger as it charged towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu saw that Xiao Shui was heavily injured. The wild wolf and the flying eagle's cultivation were comparable to the out-of-aperture stage. With their current situation, it was impossible for either of them to win. Jade Pendant, crush the teleportation Jade Pendant. Mu Yu shouted at Xiao Shui. When they encountered danger, crushing the teleportation Jade Pendant could directly teleport them out. Since Xiao Shui was a member of the Red Dust sect, she would definitely have something like this. As for Mu Yu, he wasn't willing to leave. He had only been here for 2 days, and he still hadn't completed his mission. Moreover, he had stored a lot of plant seeds in his Chenkuan bag. At the crucial moment, he could stimulate the seeds to germinate and grow into a huge tree. From there, he could use the tree to get rid of the two beasts. These seeds were his insurance. Chapter 219. It's the Jade Pendant. The Jade Pendant that allows us to leave the second layer of heaven. Mu Yu thought that Xiao Shui didn't hear him clearly, so he repeated himself. Encountering a fifth-order monster, it was impossible for them to gain any advantage. Mu Yu originally wanted to throw Xiao Shui out as bait, but now there were two monster beasts coming together, and there was only one Xiao Shui. God knows if a fifth-order monster beast would be as easily killed by Xiao Shui as a fourth-order monster beast. If it didn't die and they still had to rescue Xiao Shui, then the gains would not make up for the losses. I can't leave the second layer of heaven right now. Xiao Shui frowned and simply replied. She seemed to have something to do. Besides, coming to the second layer of heaven was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The spirit chi here was abundant. If they had to run away after coming here for a while, then it would be a pity. Little handsome, the rank 5 monster beast won't kill you, right? How about you help us deal with one first? Mu Yu was once again sent flying by the flowing hawk's lightning. Whether it was speed or strength, this rank 5 monster beast was much more powerful than the purple caltrop python that Mu Yu encountered before. It was far from what they could deal with. They could only flee in a sorry state. Fly to the right. Little handsome didn't intend to give it a bite. His nose twitched, and his eyes were somewhat confused as he shouted. Why? Although Mu Yu asked, he still did as he was told. Although Little Handsome was always muddle-headed, his words at the crucial moment were generally not wrong. Because there is a familiar smell. Little Handsome's words almost made Mu Yu stumble. Wasn't the familiar smell the smell of fried soybeans? However, Mu Yu didn't hesitate. With a wave of spirit chi in his hand, he brought Xiao Shui over and then flew to the right without stopping. Xiao Shui hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. Bang! 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 The flowing hawk and wild wolf attacked each other as they chased after the two. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, with Mu Yu's speed, they would have been caught and eaten by the two rank 5 monster beasts. Although the rank 5 monster beast strength was similar to an out-of-body stage cultivator, they didn't have the ability to move 10 li in a single step. Therefore, Mu Yu and Xiao Shui were barely able to keep a distance from the two monster beasts. They are competing to see who can kill us first. Xiao Shui said in a deep voice. Are they retarded? Why don't you fight properly when you're the one fighting? Why do you have to be so evil? Mu Yu cursed loudly. These two beasts couldn't beat each other, so they focused their attention on them. They chased after their prey and fought with each other at the same time. They were very leisurely and elegant, which made Mu Yu extremely depressed. We're almost there. Little Handsomes shouted. We have to be faster. Mu Yu narrowly avoided a yellow lightning and bypassed a mountain. In front of them was a huge forest. Just as they were about to advance into the forest, Xiao Shui let out a cry of surprise. What's wrong? Mu Yu asked, puzzled. The two monster beasts didn't come. Xiao Shui stopped and turned around to look behind her. The flowing hawk and wild wolf were pacing back and forth at the top of the mountain, calling to each other. However, they didn't rush towards them. They didn't even attack each other. They were staring at Mu Yu's group like a tiger watching its prey. They seemed to be quite afraid of this forest. Looking at Mu Yu and Xiao Shui, there was a trace of ridicule in their eyes. They don't dare to come here. Could it be that there is something strange about this forest? Mu Yu stared at the forest shrouded in darkness and didn't feel anything strange. This forest was the same as the one he encountered in the second celestial layer. It was ordinary and mediocre. There wasn't even any ominous aura coming from it. However, it was able to scare two 5th-rank monster beasts that were comparable to out of aperture stage. Before Mu Yu had time to decide whether to enter the forest or not, Xiao Shui had already descended. Mu Yu thought for a moment and decided that it was impossible to retreat. The two 5th-order monster beasts were still watching from behind. If they didn't enter the forest and retreat, then their end wouldn't be any better. So, they simply followed. The two of them stepped on the ground covered by leaves. A slight creaking sound was heard. This sound was very ear-piercing in the silent night. Mu Yu tried to control the surrounding trees, but the effect was still not good. The second celestial layer seemed to have blocked his ability to control wood. This made him feel very troubled. With the help of the light from their magical weapons, the two of them advanced in the forest. Along the way, they only saw some non-aggressive monster beasts. These monster beasts were awakened by Mu Yu and the two of them. They only let out two dissatisfied cries and then ran away while avoiding the light from their magical weapons. The monster beasts here are very strange. They are all very weak monster beasts. Xiao Shui said. Mu Yu also noticed this problem. There were many monster beasts in the second celestial layer that he couldn't name. However, he still recognized most of them. These monster beasts in the second celestial layer were relatively easy to tame. They also had a friendly relationship with humans. They wouldn't take the initiative to attack humans. Their fighting strength was also low. They were simply not the opponent of other ferocious monster beasts. Wild wolves and drifting eagles were very ferocious monster beasts. If they came here, presumably these weak monster beasts wouldn't be able to survive. However, they didn't dare to set foot here. What were they afraid of? The two of them continued to walk. The number of animals in front of them began to increase. Many small birds were jumping around on the branches. What was surprising was that the front was getting brighter and brighter. They didn't know where the light was coming from. After walking for a while, a large river blocked their path. They didn't hesitate to soar into the sky and cross the river. At this time, a very strange thing happened. Mu Yu was surprised to find that they had landed on the other side of the river. It was actually daytime. It was hard to say whether this was an illusion or not. When he raised his head, he could see the warm sunlight shining on his body. It was very warm. His eyes might be mistaken, but the temperature of the sunlight was real. It didn't seem fake. White clouds drifted and a breeze brushed past his cheeks. There was also a trace of indescribable comfort. Mu Yu looked towards the other side of the river. The other side was still pitch black. Occasionally, he could see a trace of light flashing by. It was the light of fireflies. The sky on the other side was even dotted with stars. In the distance, he could see a round moon. This river was like a dividing line, separating the day and night on both sides. It was really strange. What's going on? Xiao Shui asked in puzzlement. Finally, there's something you don't know. I thought you were omniscient, Mu Yu said with a smile. Xiao Shui knew a lot more than him, but she didn't understand why they would be separated by day and night after crossing the river. Xiao Shui ignored Mu Yu and continued to walk forward. The surrounding demonic beasts weren't afraid when they saw them. Instead, they blinked their big eyes and looked at them with an innocent look. Little Handsome, what do you mean by this place is familiar? Mu Yu asked Little Handsome, who was in his embrace. Little Handsome's cute little paw scratched its head and shook its head. I don't know. I only feel that there's a strange smell here. Don't tell me it's food again. Moo muttered. However, he had followed Little Handsome's guidance and didn't encounter any danger. They even successfully got rid of the 2 5th-rank demonic beasts. This was also a good thing. They continued to walk forward. The more they walked, the more they felt that something was wrong. This place was covered in lush green grass, chirping birds, and fragrant flowers. It was completely different from the world of demon beasts that fought in the outside world, and it was instead like a tranquil paradise that couldn't arouse the slightest desire to battle here. After walking for a while, they arrived at a canyon. What entered their eyes was a small white waterfall. Sunlight shone on the waterfall, forming a rainbow. Egrets fluttered in the air and butterflies danced in the air. It was a harmonious scene. There was a pond below the waterfall. Stones surfaced from the water and the water flowed into the depths of the forest. Xiao Shui walked over and squatted by the pond. She reached her hand into the water and stirred it. She frowned slightly as if she was thinking about something. Then, she suddenly revealed a trace of surprise. What's wrong? Moo looked around. He was attracted by this harmonious scene. He wasn't used to seeing such a peaceful scene in the world of demonic beasts. Xiao Shui stood up and turned to Moo. Since we've escaped, let's part here. Then where are you going? Can't we go together? Moo was a little stunned. After all, he had gone through thick and thin with her. He didn't know where this place was. It was hard to say anything in the second layer of heaven. If there was a hidden danger under this peaceful scene, it would be safer for the two of them to be together. I have my own matters to attend to, Xiao Shui said. Moo also had his own matters to attend to. However, he had already left his original route. He didn't know where he had run to in this dark place. He needed to reconfirm his direction. Let's talk after we get out of this forest, Moo said. Don't you have anything to do? Xiao Shui didn't intend to leave with Moo. Moo raised her head and gestured at the position of the sun. After confirming the direction, she turned around and looked in the direction she came from. She said helplessly, of course I have something to do, but there are 2 5th-order monster beasts blocking my way. That's none of my business, Xiao Shui calmly said and walked towards the waterfall. She stood in front of the waterfall and carefully sized it up. It seemed like she wanted to see through the mysteries of the waterfall. Moo also arrived in front of the waterfall. Looking at the splashing water, he thought of the waterfall at the foot of the Luochen mountain. That place was much more spectacular than this waterfall. It's behind the waterfall. Little Shui pointed at the waterfall and said. Xiao Shui shot a glance at Little Shui and said, how does a little beast like you know so much? Little Shui proudly stood on top of Moo's head and proudly said, I know a lot of things. Big sister Xiao Shui, you are really beautiful. You are as beautiful as big sister Tian Ran. Moo pulled down this bootlicker and scolded him in a low voice. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Shui. However, he discovered a trace of smile on the corner of Xiao Shui's mouth. No girl would dislike being praised as beautiful, especially by a cute little Shui. To be honest, putting aside little Shui's shameless character, it was indeed very lovable. Xiao Shui ignored Moo and directly flew towards the waterfall. The blue ribbon on her waist floated out again and coiled in front of her. A gap was created in the waterfall and Xiao Shui disappeared into the waterfall. Chapter 220. Behind the waterfall was a completely different world. A stone bridge led to a pitch-black cave without any light. When Moo crossed the waterfall, Xiao Shui's figure flashed past the entrance of the cave and entered the cave. He looked at the bottom of the stone bridge and realized that there was a vertical abyss below the stone bridge. He didn't know where the abyss led to, but it was really strange that it was hidden behind the waterfall. If it's not a cliff, then it's an abyss. You clearly know that I'm afraid of heights, yet you still want to challenge my limits. Motherf asterisk ka. Moo muttered as he used the light from the shadow clone sword to cross the stone bridge. Although he had barely overcome his fear of heights, his heart was still beating like a drum when he looked at the unfathomable abyss below. Thus, He crossed the stone bridge very quickly as he didn't want to stay on the stone bridge for too long. The cave seemed to be man-made as the stone walls were very neat. There seemed to be some strange murals on the walls that were covered in moss and occasionally dripping with water. However, Muyu thought that this was the second celestial layer. There were no humans here, so it was impossible for there to be murals. When he wiped away the moss, he was shocked to find that there were some demonic beasts painted on the walls. Strictly speaking, they weren't demonic beasts. Although they had some characteristics of demonic beasts, they had human faces, hands, and feet. Muyu instantly understood what these murals were. Demonic beasts. Why would there be demonic beasts in the second celestial layer? Muyu exclaimed. Xiao Shui was staring at the murals not far away. When she heard Muyu's exclamation, she lightly snorted and said, "What's so surprising about demonic beasts in the second celestial layer?" In ancient times, the ruler of the second celestial layer was the demonic beasts. The strength of humans in the second celestial layer was inferior to the demonic beasts. What? Then where did the humans in the second celestial layer go? Muyu had never heard of such a thing. He always thought that the third celestial layer was where humans gathered, but he didn't expect that there would be humans living in the second celestial layer. Are you really stupid, or are you pretending to be stupid? How can you not know this? The second celestial layer is the world of demonic beasts. When demonic beasts gained intelligence, they became demonic beasts. In ancient times, the demonic beasts ruled the entire second celestial layer and wiped out all humans. Xiao Shui said impatiently. The demonic beasts were so ruthless. Muyu was extremely shocked. A second heaven human was killed by the demon clan? Before he came to the second layer of heaven, everyone told him that the second layer of heaven was just a wasteland where no humans lived, only the most primitive demon beasts. However, no one told him that humans used to live in the second layer of heaven. You really know everything. Muyu thought of the teleportation array. Thinking about it this way, it seemed to explain the existence of the teleportation array. Perhaps in ancient times, humans could use 2 teleportation arrays to travel back and forth between the second heaven and the third heaven. But later, the demon race occupied the second heaven, so the teleportation array in the second heaven was destroyed. Only the teleportation array in the third heaven was left, which caused the location of the teleportation array in the second heaven to be uncertain. Then why haven't I seen any demons in the second heaven? Muyu asked, puzzled. Along the way, other than all kinds of strange demonic beasts, there was only the earth human. Xiao Shui glanced at Muyu, seemingly hesitating whether she should tell him or not. Then, she said, anyway, something happened. The demon race was destroyed, and the demon beasts can no longer awaken their intelligence. What happened? Muyu was very curious. What could cause the extinction of a race? I don't know. Xiao Shui said straightforwardly. TCH, forget it if you don't want to say. Muyu always felt that Xiao Shui was hiding something, but he couldn't tell. When he first entered the second heaven, because of Tian Ran, he also roughly glanced at the people of the Red Dust sect. However, at that time, he didn't have any impression of Xiao Shui. Of course, this could also be because he didn't see clearly. However, he was now beginning to suspect that Xiao Shui was a member of the Red Dust sect. Xiao Shui didn't speak and continued to walk deeper into the cave. The deeper they went, the more they felt a palpitating feeling. He felt that it was very strange. There seemed to be a demon beast hibernating in the depths of the cave. There were also some faint sounds coming from it. What a familiar smell. Xiao Shui's eyes blurred as he touched his nose. What smell is it this time? It's the smell of jelly beans. Muyu didn't know if Xiao Shui's words were reliable or not. When he arrived at the second heaven, Xiao Shui kept mumbling about a familiar smell. As for what it was, Xiao Shui was always evasive. Even he didn't know what it was, let alone Muyu, who had a helpless expression. After walking for a while, they found that they had reached the end. There was a cliff in front of them, and there were no exits. This cave didn't seem to be very big. Why is there no path? The entrance should be here. Xiao Shui frowned. She stretched out her slender fingers and felt around the wall. From time to time, she would knock on the wall with a puzzled expression. What in trance? What is your purpose for coming here? Mu Yu asked. Qiao Shui ignored Mu Yu. She searched the entire cave, but she still couldn't find any clues. This made her very dissatisfied. She seemed to want to find something in this cave. Mu Yu shrugged. He raised his head and touched the ceiling. He then stepped on the rocks on the ground. He saw that a rock seemed a little strange, so he moved it away. There were some strange patterns on the ground, but he couldn't tell what they meant. The smell of jelly beans is coming from here. Xiao Shui jumped on the patterns. His nose was almost touching the ground as he said happily. Mu Yu squatted down and carefully examined the patterns. At first glance, the patterns looked like graffiti, but upon closer inspection, one could see that there were some orderly lines in the chaos. They were distributed very regularly, and it seemed to be some kind of text. Qiao Shui walked over and looked at the patterns on the ground. A trace of surprise suddenly appeared on her face. It's an ancient demon. Demon? What demon? Demon to mislead people? Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Qiao Shui glared at Mu Yu. She wiped the dust on the patterns with her hand and revealed the complete face. Needless to say, the language was like a heavenly book to Mu Yu. However, Qiao Shui changed her position and slowly read it out. Prison the pill here, the winning fish waits, the demon array in all directions. What does this mean? Qiao Shui could understand the words, but she couldn't understand what they were trying to express. This made her a little anxious. She touched the rocks around the patterns, wanting to find more clues. Unfortunately, there was only a small piece of rock with patterns, and there was no other information. Mu Yu sized up the position of the words. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "This is a formation. You know everything, but you can't understand it. Do you know how to break it?" Qiao Shui asked anxiously. Mu Yu found it strange. Qiao Shui knew a lot of things. She could understand strange words, knew about demonic beasts that didn't exist in the third heaven, and even knew about the history of the second heaven. Now that she was in an unfamiliar place, she couldn't wait to break a formation that she had never seen before. This made Mu Yu even more puzzled. Could Qiao Shui be a demonic beast that transformed into a human? However, Qiao Shui was a human, and Mu Yu was very sure of this. The vitality flowing in Qiao Shui's body was the same as a human's. Mu Yu had seen demonic beasts like the wretched face spider scorpion in the Moyun mountain range's hidden dragon mountain. They had the vitality of wild beasts, but Qiao Shui didn't have that kind of aura. Let me see. My old man taught me about formations, but I didn't learn it very deeply. This formation is very exquisite. Let me take a look first. Although Mu Yu couldn't understand the words, it didn't stop him from understanding the structure of the formation. He roughly guessed the prototype of the formation, but it took him a long time. This was because Kumu taught him more about poisons than formations. Therefore, he needed to figure it out. After about 15 minutes, he had a rough idea in his heart. Are you done? Qiao Shui kept urging him. Strange. You seem to be very interested in this place. Do you know what's under this formation? Mu Yu couldn't help but want to get some information from Qiao Shui. A trace of strangeness appeared on Qiao Shui's face, which didn't escape Mu Yu's eyes. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and then she calmly said, "How would I know? The second heaven used to be the territory of the demonic beasts. I guess that this might be the nest of a demonic beast." Mu Yu didn't believe Qiao Shui's words, but he didn't expose her. He was also very curious. The fact that the second heaven was the nest of the demonic beasts had already surprised him. He didn't expect that there would be such a mysterious formation hidden here. This formation was indeed a bit strange. It was different from the formations that Mu Yu had come into contact with before. This should be a formation passed down from ancient times. The position of the formation was a bit jerky. Many of the formation methods of the ancient formations had been lost. For example, the pill cauldron sex transmission array that connected the third heaven and the second heaven was like this. That transmission array was a completely different formation. The people of the third heaven only knew how to activate this formation, but they didn't know how to repair it. Fortunately, the array formation in this cave was similar to the array formation that Mu Yu knew. It was not as mysterious as the legends said. It was just a simple array formation that sealed the entrance. As long as one used the correct method to solve the array formation, they would be able to solve it. To activate this formation, you need to know the correct method to activate these formation patterns. Do you think the demonic beasts use the same spirit power as us? I'm not sure if spirit power can open it, Mu Yu said. The demonic beasts also use spirit power. Hurry up and give it a try, Xiao Shui replied. Mu Yu raised his eyebrows and pondered for a long time. Then, he seriously looked at the flowing formation. He found a curved entrance from the complex carvings. The spiritual power in his hand surged, and the majestic spiritual power slowly moved to the carvings under his guidance. He carefully began to pour it into the array along the flow of the carvings. Some of these engravings were superfluous. They were used to make up the numbers and confuse the person who was trying to crack the formation. If there was a slight mistake in the injection of spirit power, it would cause the formation to fail. Hua! A ray of light suddenly lit up from the ground. Following that, the engravings all emitted a golden light that shot from the ground to the top of the cave. Every ray of light had a complex demonic language character floating in it. Each character gently rippled, and a soul-stirring aura revolved around the entire cave. It was solemn and dignified. These demonic language characters are the 12 words you just said. I think you should know what to do next, right? Mu Yu couldn't understand these demonic language characters, so he didn't know how to deal with them. Xiao Shui raised her eyebrows. She explained to Mu Yu what the 12 words represented, but it wasn't enough. This was because Mu Yu still couldn't decipher how to combine the 12 words to make the formation work. Xiao Shui was also confused. She only knew these demonic language characters and didn't know anything about formations. These 12 words didn't give her any clues. Chapter 221. Mu Yu didn't even bother to ask how the dazed bug knew about it. Anyway, it ate half a mouthful. The so-called jelly beans were probably the smell of some treasures of the demon clan that it remembered. Furthermore, Mu Yu was sure that this treasure was edible. Little Handsome wouldn't be interested in something that couldn't be eaten. What do you mean by giving up some candy? Xiao Shui asked, puzzled. She liked Little Handsome's cute appearance. Therefore, her tone was very gentle when speaking to Little Handsome, completely different from the overbearing tone she used when speaking to Mu Yu. Seal the pill here, win the fish, and the demon array in all directions. This array is a technique of the demon race. A demon race's array has to be resolved using the demon race's method. This array requires a sacrifice, which is the candy that I'm talking about. Little Handsome had a greedy look on his face. The candy that you're talking about can't be demon spirits, right? Mu Yu reacted quickly. He knew Little Shui, this foodie, best. He knew what it was thinking just by looking at its greedy face. That's right. It's a delicious demon spirit. Little Handsome smacked its lips. 2 days ago, Little Handsome, who was the terminator of second firmament demon beasts, was eaten by many demon beasts as snacks. It even stole demon spirits from their stomachs. It had already fallen in love with the taste of demon spirits. However, Mu Yu was puzzled and asked, using demon spirits as sacrifices? In the past, did the demon race need to kill a demon beast to obtain its demon spirit? Isn't that killing one's own kind? The demon race was formed from demon beasts that had gained intelligence. It was equivalent to being of the same breath and branch. It was just like how human cultivators stood out from mortals. Although cultivators also looked down on mortals, they wouldn't brazenly kill them. However, wasn't it too outrageous for the demon race to kill demon beasts to obtain demon spirits as sacrifices? Just like how humans like to kill one another, the demon race is more or less the same. Demon beasts that have yet to gain intelligence are worthless in their eyes, Xiao Shui explained. Xiao Shui explained as she fished out 5 demon spirits and asked, how many do you need? These demon spirits were all 4th-stage demon spirits that were hunted by Xiao Shui. This was out of Mu Yu's expectations. I know big sister Xiao Shui has food on her. Can you give me one as a snack? Little Handsome's eyes flickered as he stared at the demon spirit in Xiao Shui's hand and wiped his saliva. Xiao Shui hesitated for a moment. She couldn't reject such a cute little fellow. Xiao Shui was a thick-skinned guy, but he was also very cute. He was simply a girl killer. Other than Mu Yu, who knew his true nature, who would dislike him, other girls would instantly become his fans when they saw him. All right, I'll give you one. Xiao Shui generously gave Little Handsome a demon spirit. Little Shui happily chewed and chewed loudly. As he ate, he said, with the small candies as an offering, we'll be able to eat the big candies later. Imprisoned here? Are you referring to a certain ancient demon clan's demon spirit that's trapped here? Mu Yu's eyes lit up. Little Shui said that the demon spirit was a small candy. Then, the big candy was naturally the demon spirit of a powerful demon beast. If that's the case, could there be a 7th, 8th, or even 9th stage demon beast's demon spirit hidden under this array? One must know that a demon spirit is the accumulation of a demon beast's spiritual energy for its entire life. The purity of its spiritual energy is extremely rare, and it's even more precious than spiritual stones. Perhaps only the purple gold spiritual stone that Mu Yu used could be compared to it. The spiritual energy of a high-grade demon beast is terrifying. Regardless of whether it's refining or laying down arrays, it's an excellent choice. The benefits it brings to people are self-evident. Yes, it's a big demon spirit, Little Handsome happily said. Since they have a demon spirit and know how to activate the array, the next thing they need to know is how to use the demon spirit as an offering. Mu Yu once again looked at the dozen rays of light in the sky and realized that every ray of light was intertwined with each other. However, the points of intersection were all separated, forming a gap. He suddenly understood that the key to activating the array wasn't the 12 words, but the gaps. Let me see. We've killed dozens of 4th stage demon beasts, and Little Handsome has eaten a few demon spirits. Now, we're only left with 5 demon spirits. Including Xiao Shui's 4, we're still 3 demon spirits short. Aya, Little Handsome, you shouldn't have eaten those demon spirits. Looks like we'll have to go out and hunt a few more demon beasts. Mu Yu looked at the demon spirit in Little Handsome's hand that only had a third of it left. He guessed that this piece of demon spirit couldn't be used anymore. The easiest and most convenient way to hunt demon beasts and obtain demon spirits is to let Little Handsome go out and be a snack for them. Mu Yu only needs to watch from the side. In order to be able to eat demon spirits, Little Handsome went all out and didn't mind being a snack for those demon beasts. Instead, he went into their stomachs to cause trouble. It's fine, it's fine. Big sister Xiao Shui still has a lot of demon spirit. I can smell a lot of delicious food. Little Handsome wasn't flustered at all. In fact, even if Xiao Shui didn't have any demon spirits, Little Handsome would still agree to go out personally. I still have demon spirits. How many more are missing? Xiao Shui suddenly waved her hand and a large pile of demon spirits appeared on the ground. Roughly counting, there's about 100 demon spirit. 3rd stage demon spirits are red, 4th stage demon spirits are orange, and 5th stage demon spirits are gold. Looking at the color distribution, most of these demon spirits are 3rd and 4th stage demon spirits. However, there are a few demon spirits that contain frightening spiritual energy. They're actually 5th stage demon spirits. Wow, so many candies. Big sister wants to marry you and give birth to Little Handsome for you. Little Handsome's saliva started dripping down again. Mu Yu was also shocked. He never thought that Xiao Shui would have collected so many demon spirits. These demon spirits are a huge fortune. Could it be that they're all the demon beasts that Xiao Shui killed in the 2nd stage? Mu Yu and Little Handsome worked for half a day and only managed to get a dozen or so demon spirits. Xiao Shui actually got so many by herself. Not to mention, there are a few 5th stage demon beasts among them. Those are out-of-body stage existences. Just a moment ago, they were being chased by 2 out-of-body stage 5th stage demon beasts. How did Xiao Shui get so many demon spirits? Mu Yu asked, did you get all these demon spirits when you entered the 2nd stage? Xiao Shui didn't want to answer this question and said, "You don't have to know how I got them. Take as many as you want. This mysterious girl is truly extravagant." Mu Yu chose 7 4th-stage demon spirits. He didn't know if 4th-stage demon spirits were enough to activate this array. However, just in case, he decided not to use 5th-stage demon spirits. As for 3rd-stage demon spirits, there's no need to mention them. 3rd-stage demon spirits are the most basic of demon spirits. Under Mu Yu's control, the 12 demon spirits slowly embedded themselves into the 12 intersecting points of the golden light. When the demon spirits returned to their respective positions, the entire array suddenly trembled, and the golden light suddenly turned as red as blood. It was extremely strange. Following that, the 12 demon runes began to merge with the demon spirits. The scarlet light blossomed once again. The orange 4th-stage demon spirits were also dyed red. They looked like blood-red agates, incomparably bewitching. The 12 rays of light also began to shrink and returned to the 12 demon spirits. At the same time, the 12 demon spirits exploded. The huge shockwave sent Mu Yu and Xiao Shui flying. Neither of them expected this outcome. Fortunately, the two of them had extraordinary skills and managed to stabilize themselves. However, the red light in the cave gradually dissipated. Specks of red light floated and merged with the cave walls. It was as if nothing had happened and the cave returned to its original tranquility. Failed. 4th-stage demon spirits aren't enough to activate this array? Then, let's try using 5th-stage demon spirit. Xiao Shui frowned her brows. In her eyes, demon spirits are as worthless as stones. Mu Yu was also puzzled. The operation of the array was normal and didn't seem to have any problems. However, why is there no movement at all? Could it be that the array has been in disrepair for a long time? It's outside. It smells like candy. Little Shui ran out of the cave. The little foodie's speed was unbelievably fast. Mu Yu and Xiao Shui exchanged a glance and quickly followed. They jumped out of the cave and arrived at the original entrance. However, when they came out of the cave, they were shocked to discover that the scenery outside had already changed. Originally, after entering the waterfall, there was a pitch-black abyss. Above the abyss, there was a stone bridge that led to the cave. However, when they came out of the cave, the stone bridge and the other part of the waterfall had already disappeared. There was only a hard cliff in the distance and a bottomless abyss beneath their feet. Mu Yu raised his head and looked up. He could faintly see a light above that looked like the entrance of a cave. Within the light, there was also a black shadow. That's the stone bridge. That's the exit of the waterfall. But how did we get here? Mu Yu was astonished. They entered the cave through the stone bridge. However, the cave was a dead end with only one array. After activating the array, the exit of the cave was inexplicably shifted to the abyss below the stone bridge. It's a demonic array. This array has done something to the cave. Xiao Shui leaped up and tried to fly up. However, there was an indescribable resistance that prevented them from flying up. It can't be, right? We can't fly up. Mu Yu refused to believe it and also tried to fly up. The stone bridge wasn't far away, but Mu Yu couldn't get close to it. Curiosity kills the cat. Why did I come down with you? Mu Yu was extremely troubled. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have bothered with this second-layer Heaven's demonic array. He would have just obediently looked for a path to find the 9 Chi soul cleansing flower. He couldn't afford to waste time. The sooner he settled the matter of the Netherworld herb and the 9 Chi soul cleansing flower, the better. But now, he was accidentally trapped in this abyss. Moreover, he didn't know how to deal with it. What do we do next? Xiao Shui didn't try to fly up. She looked down into the abyss and frowned. Mu Yu knocked his forehead and said, I thought you were very familiar with this place. There's no point in asking me. If I've been here before, I'll definitely be your tour guide. Xiao Shui's nose twitched as he looked down into the abyss. He smacked his lips and said, It's down there. The candy is down there. Mu Yu walked to the edge of the abyss and looked down. A cold wind blew from the darkness, causing him to involuntarily shiver. He didn't know where the end of the abyss was, nor did he know what kind of demons were waiting below. Most importantly, when he saw this abyss, Mu Yu's fear of heights acted up again. Are we really going down? Mu Yu was a little unhappy. To be honest, although he was barely afraid of heights, facing this kind of bottomless abyss, he still felt uneasy. Especially below, he could hear shrill whispers from time to time. It was as if someone was talking down there. The voice floated into Mu Yu's ears along with the cold wind. But when Mu Yu wanted to listen carefully, the voice disappeared. It was as if there was a ghost. Go down. If we don't go down, how are we going to find the candy? Xiao Shuai rubbed his palms. For the sake of food, he was really willing to do anything. Chapter 222. Big sister, wait for me. I want to give birth to Xiao Shuai for you. Xiao Shuai also jumped down impatiently. He was more enthusiastic than anyone else. Mu Yu rolled his eyes. Why are these two so impatient? It's fine if one is doing it for food, but what is the other looking for? But since Xiao Shui and Xiao Shuai had already jumped down, it wouldn't be right for him to dawdle. Just as Mu Yu was about to jump down, Xiao Shui and Xiao Shuai jumped back in panic like kittens whose tails had been stepped on. Xiao Shuai was still yelling at the side. What the hell? What the hell? When Mu Yu looked at Xiao Shui, she also had a nervous expression. What's wrong? Why did you get stage fright so quickly? Mu Yu felt that their panicked expressions were a little funny. Just as he was about to mock them, Xiao Shui had already arrived beside Mu Yu. Let's go. Xiao Shui grabbed Mu Yu's hand and went back into the cave. Xiao Shui also yelled as he followed them in. Mu Yu was a little surprised that Xiao Shui was holding his hand. Why would this cold lady suddenly hold his hand? He even blushed in embarrassment. After all, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Demon souls, so many demon souls. Xiao Shui grabbed Xiao Shui's clothes and yelled. Demon souls? What? You guys encountered demon souls? Mu Yu turned his head and saw densely packed creatures flickering with green light surging towards them like bats. When they got closer, he realized that those green lights were illusory eyes of demon beasts. They were strange and jagged, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards them. Holy shit! Why are there so many of them? Mu Yu was shocked. Demon souls were the same as human souls. After death, a soul would appear. The only difference was that every human would have a soul after death, but demon beast souls would only appear after the death of 4th-rank demon beasts and above. Regardless of whether it was a human soul or a demon soul, they would lose their original consciousness and gradually disappear with the passage of time. Spells like the Gate of Hell could imprison souls and use them for their own purposes. The existence of demonic souls was mostly done by humans. They used certain formations to trap the souls of demonic beasts, forming a killing formation. The demonic souls they encountered were used to fend off invaders. Under the control of the formation, they even retained the cultivation of the demonic souls when they were alive. These demonic souls were at least rank 4 demonic beasts, which was equivalent to nascent soul stage existences. It was no wonder that Xiao Shui and Little Shui were so frightened. Ah, it bit my butt. Xiao Shui squealed like a pig being slaughtered. Mu Yu focused his gaze and saw a jackal demon soul the size of a sparrow baring its fangs and biting Xiao Shui's fluffy tail, unwilling to let go. These small jackals were extremely ferocious and agile. Their lethality was even greater than that of ordinary tigers. What are you afraid of when your skin is so thick? Mu Yu raised his sword and sent the demonic soul flying. Unfortunately, the demonic soul didn't dissipate. The shadow clone sword only managed to push it back. After it recovered, it immediately pounced over again, this time targeting Mu Yu. Not only this little jackal, but countless other demonic souls that were chasing after Xiao Shui suddenly charged at Mu Yu. Damn it! Go bite Xiao Shui. Mu Yu's face was filled with annoyance. Among the demonic souls that were charging at Mu Yu, there were many that were extremely large. Their eyes flickered with a green light and swayed in the darkness, looking extremely sinister. The demonic souls that blotted out the sky were extremely fast. They were like hungry wolves that hadn't eaten for 10,000 years and suddenly saw a little lamb. Their killing intent was bone-chilling, causing Mu Yu to involuntarily shiver. There were at least a few hundred of these demonic souls. Mu Yu suspected that Qiao Shui and Little Shui had gone down and poked a nest of demonic souls. Why were there so many of them? Back off! Qiao Shui shouted and forcefully threw Mu Yu back. Spiritual energy surged in her hand, causing the blue ribbon at her waist to flutter, illuminating the entire cave. It was unknown what material the blue ribbon was made of, but it continued to expand in the blink of an eye, forming a blue rippling barrier in front of them. It completely blocked the entire cave from top to bottom, blocking the demon souls that were following them from entering the cave. Poochie! Poochie! The demonic souls outside were blocked by the barrier formed by the blue ribbon. They rushed forward and slammed into the barrier, creating a series of muffled sounds, and bumps of various sizes appeared on the barrier. Fortunately, Qiao Shui's treasure was very strange, and it wasn't broken by the demonic souls. Mu Yu sat on the ground and panted, "What happens if I'm bitten by these demonic souls?" Qiao Shui solemnly said, "They will devour your soul and turn you into one of them." So evil. Mu Yu was startled. The demonic souls didn't have any intention of stopping as they desperately tried to break free from Qiao Shui's blockade and rush in to deal with Mu Yu and the others. From time to time, the demonic souls' unwilling roars could be heard. Mu Yu finally understood where the murmurs he heard came from. They were coming from the demonic souls. "Mu Yu, quickly think of a way, we can't eat the candies anymore," Little Shui said in distress. "What can I do? I'm also in despair." Mu Yu rolled his eyes at Little Shui. How could he still be thinking about eating at a time like this? Escaping should be the most important thing right now. He turned around and walked towards the cave behind him, preparing to check the demonic soul array. He had already decided that he didn't care about the candies. He still had important matters to attend to, so he couldn't stay here for too long. Mu Yu walked towards the messy carvings from before and squatted down. Just as he was about to inject spiritual energy into the carvings to activate the teleportation array, he discovered that the carvings on the ground had disappeared. What the hell? Where did the teleportation array disappear? Mu Yu thought that he had found the wrong place and searched the ground again. He had practically searched the entire cave, but he still couldn't find any trace of the teleportation array. The teleportation array really disappeared into thin air. There was no way forward and no way back. They were trapped. The person who laid down this teleportation array probably didn't want us to go back the way we came. Qiao Shui also realized this serious problem. She frowned as she looked at her magic artifact. Although the demonic souls were blocked outside, maintaining this magic artifact required a large amount of spiritual energy. She might be able to hold on for a while, but after a long time, the demonic souls would definitely break through her blockade. "Then what do we do now?" Little Shui jumped onto Mu Yu's shoulder. "I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long," Qiao Shui said. Large beads of sweat began to form on her face. She once again instilled spiritual energy into her hand to maintain the blue ribbon. However, a corner of the blue ribbon had already been pried open. Several demonic souls rushed in and charged towards Qiao Shui. Mu Yu hurriedly stepped forward, the shadow clone sword carrying a sharp sword qi repelling the demon soul. Little Shui jumped up and swept his tail. A large wave of energy enveloped the demonic souls and forced them back into the gap. Then, he waved his tail again and blocked the gap with Mu Yu. "What do we do? We can't afford to waste time like this," Qiao Shui said anxiously. Mu Yu sized up the entire cave. The structure of the cave was no different from before. He could vaguely see the mottled murals on the walls. Other than that, there was no other way out. It seemed that the only way out was to face the demonic souls. The demonic souls controlled by the formation only have a simple killing intent. They don't have any consciousness. We have to think of a way to deal with these demonic souls. Mu Yu had planned to practice a formation made of demonic beasts back in the Withered Tree Valley. At that time, it was very successful. Thus, he was more familiar with the demonic souls controlled by the formation. Qiao Shui said, "Demonic souls are inanimate objects. It will be very difficult for us to attack them. Inanimate objects. Mu Yu's eyes lit up. Qiao Shue's words had enlightened him. Since demonic souls were inanimate objects, they were most afraid of living things. Mu Yu's body had a very exuberant life force. The Mu Ling in his hand was also quite extraordinary. They could be said to be the nemesis of inanimate objects. However, inanimate objects and living things were opposites. Demonic souls were originally demonic beasts with life force. They became demonic beasts after being deprived of their life force. Thus, they were the craziest towards living things. This was also the reason why the demonic soul formation was chasing after Mu Yu. Mu Yu, throw that broken sword out. Little Shuai suddenly pulled Mu Yu's hair. Mu Ling itself contained boundless life force. It was Mu Yumeng's sacred object. When the body tree was given to Mu Yumeng's gaze towards Mu Yu was extremely unfriendly. Unfortunately, Mu Ling was now full of holes. It had lost most of its spirit energy. In order to fill the hole in Mu Ling's body, countless lives would be needed to fill it. This caused Mu Yu to dislike it very much and did not delve into the use of Mu Ling. Little Shuai, is this broken sword going to deal with these inanimate objects? Mu Yu asked softly. It was funny. This broken Mu Ling sword clearly belonged to Mu Yu, but his understanding of Mu Ling was not as good as Little Shuai's. Perhaps it was because he was too prejudiced against Mu Ling, so he would always forget that he had this Mu Ling sword. Its skin is so thick. It would be strange if it was bitten off. Little Shuai hated Mu Ling. When they first met at the Spirit Chi, Little Shuai's spirit energy was snatched away by this broken sword. This caused Little Shuai to still hold a grudge against Mu Ling. However, when it came to thick skin, Mu Yu always felt that Little Shuai was like the pot calling the kettle black. But I don't know how to make this broken sword come out. Mu Yu looked at the shadow clone sword in his hand. Mu Ling was currently one with the shadow clone sword. Mu Yu did not have any connection with it at all, so he did not know how to control this broken sword. There were several times when this broken sword came out by itself to deal with him. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the four corners of the blue ribbon were completely lifted. Densely packed demon souls that were flickering with phosphorescent light poured in and heavily struck Qiao Shue's body. Qiao Shue's face flushed red as she was sent flying and heavily smashed into the wall. A few demon souls had already jumped onto her body and laid on top of her. Qiao Shui had just spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face immediately became dispirited. She also let out a cry of pain. Qiao Shui, are you alright? Mu Yu roared and the 5 shadow clone swords danced rapidly in front of him. Sword Qi swept out and blocked the demon souls for a moment. He then went to Qiao Shui's side and reached out to grab the demon souls that were attached to her body. Before Mu Yu's hand could touch Qiao Shui, the demon souls on her body took the initiative to leave her body and pounced on Mu Yu. Mu Yu let out a strange cry. His left hand touched a demon soul, and a heart-wrenching pain immediately came from his left hand. This kind of pain wasn't ordinary pain. It felt like his entire body was being bitten by ants. The pain spread from his left hand to the rest of his body, causing his spirit to ripple. The spirit energy in his body dispersed, and his entire body went numb. The shadow clone swords that were blocking the demon souls behind him had already disappeared. All the demon souls had pounced on Mu Yu. Mu Yu felt like he had been thrown into a pot of oil. Every nerve in his body was filled with indescribable pain. It was as if thousands of vicious dogs were devouring his soul. He kept rolling on the ground, but there were no wounds or blood flowing out from his body. Chapter 223. Hey, are you alright? Qiao Shui anxiously shouted. She wanted to help Mu Yu, but the pain from the demonic souls still hadn't dissipated. She was unable to gather her spiritual energy for a moment. However, at this moment, a green light suddenly burst out from Mu Yu's body. A majestic life aura erupted like a volcano, instantly shocking all the demonic souls. Damn it, have you bitten enough? Mu Yu roared as his body trembled. All the demonic souls seemed to have seen their natural enemy and fled from Mu Yu's body. An endless amount of spiritual energy rushed out from Mu Yu's body. It was flourishing, exuberant, and ostentatious. It was like a blooming flower, dispersing the coldness and darkness in the cave. The shadow clone sword in Mu Yu's hand drilled out of the broken Mu Ling. The Mu Ling emitted a faint green light. The majestic life aura came from it. The sword trembled slightly as it left Mu Yu's body and flew towards the demonic souls that were fleeing in all directions. When the demonic souls saw the Mu Ling, it was as if they had encountered a calamity. They fled in panic, completely different from their previous ferocious demeanor. Broken sword, deal with these bastards for me. Mu Yu gnashed his teeth in anger. Although the pain in his body had been reduced by the appearance of the Mu Ling, the bone-deep pain made him unable to control himself. He truly hated these demonic souls to death. The Mu Ling floated in the air. A majestic life aura rippled from its body and enveloped everyone. There was an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The hole in Mu Ling's body emitted a green light. All the escaping demonic souls suddenly seemed to be pulled by a huge force and involuntarily flew towards the hole in the Mu Ling's body. The demonic souls struggled incessantly and let out heart-wrenching screams, but it was to no avail. The life aura emitted by the Mu Ling was their favorite nourishment. However, once the life aura exceeded the range they could endure, it would destroy them. These demonic souls wanted to escape, but the Mu Ling didn't give them any chance. In the blink of an eye, all the demonic souls were sucked into the hole in the Mu Ling's body. Not a single one was able to escape. Then, Mu Yu clearly saw the needle-sized hole in Mu Ling's body begin to heal. Mu Yu calmed down, and the pain in her body gradually disappeared under the cleansing of the life aura. Some of the life force that had been sucked out of her body also gradually recovered. He rubbed his head. Thinking back to the moment when he was possessed by thousands of demonic souls, he still felt a lingering fear. If it was anyone else, being bitten by a bunch of demonic souls wouldn't feel good. Furthermore, these demonic souls seemed to be tearing at Mu Yu's soul. It was truly painful. The broken sword's aura had already dissipated. It was as if it had turned back into a piece of rotten wood. Under Little Shuai's cursing and complaining, it returned to the shadow clone sword. What kind of magic treasure is that? Xiao Shui sat up and looked at the wood spirit that had disappeared into the wood feather shadow sword in surprise. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Clearly, she was curious about the thing that had saved their lives. Mu Yu didn't immediately answer her. He only touched the places on his body where he was bitten. There weren't any wounds, but he felt as if all his energy had been sucked away. It was extremely uncomfortable. Why didn't this guy come out in the beginning? I was bitten to death by so many demonic souls. Mu Yu mumbled. In fact, he was the only one who could survive so many demonic souls. If it were anyone else, their soul would instantly dissipate after being bitten by the demonic souls. Ordinary people didn't have his abnormal life force. That ugly sword seems to have an extraordinary origin, Xiao Shui said. It's just an item I picked up from a street stall. Forget about it. What do we do now? Mu Yu didn't want to explain Mu Ling's origin. This matter involved many complicated relationships that couldn't be explained in a short time. However, a question suddenly popped up in his mind. Old Tree Leader told Mu Yu that if he wanted to repair Mu Ling, he would need the lives of many cultivators to do so. This was why Mu Yu didn't like this broken sword very much. However, today, after the broken sword absorbed the hundreds of thousands of souls, the small hole on its body healed. This meant that the old tree leader didn't tell him the truth about this piece of wood. Wood spirits could also absorb dead things to recover, so it didn't seem as evil as he thought it would be. Xiao Shui looked at Mu Yu meaningfully and didn't ask any more questions. She adjusted her breathing slightly and stood up. We have no way out. We can only go down. Mu Yu wasn't surprised by this decision. After the cave brought them here, it blocked their way out. Now, they had no other choice but to continue jumping into the abyss. Okay, let's rest for an hour first. Mu Yu said reluctantly. The spirit chi in the second celestial layer was very dense. Cultivating here would yield twice the results with half the effort, so they quickly recovered. Qiao Shue's face was still a little pale. She didn't have Mu Yu's vigorous vitality, so it wasn't good for her to be possessed by a few demonic souls. Although Mu Yu was attacked by all the demonic souls, he had Mu Ling's protection. In addition, his recovery ability was very strong, so he was fine. This time, they carefully climbed out of the cave and stepped on their flying swords to slowly descend into the abyss. The demonic souls that Qiao Shui had alarmed earlier were wandering in the abyss below the cave to prevent outsiders from invading. If they didn't know how to break this demonic soul formation and didn't have Mu Yu's broken sword, they would be easily devoured by the demonic souls. The surroundings are a little strange. Little Shui muttered. The surroundings were pitch black, and the visibility of the flying swords under their feet was very low. In order to not alarm the demonic souls, they deliberately suppressed the light of their magic treasures to the lowest. The two of them stood back to back, carefully guarding against some unknown attackers that jumped out from the darkness. What are those flickering things? Mu Yu pointed at what seemed to be dots of light on the cliff in the distance. They flickered with a dim red light, appearing and disappearing. It felt very strange. If I'm not wrong, those should be blood bats. Qiao Shui lowered her voice. I think so too. Blood bats like this kind of dark places the most. Mu Yu had heard of blood bats before. Their eyes were red, but they didn't have vision. They lived in the darkness and were a type of third-rank demonic beasts. They could emit strange sound waves that were used to disturb people's minds. One blood bat wasn't afraid, but thousands of blood bats formed a chorus. It was no joke. They went around the blood bats to not alarm them. They were still unfamiliar with everything here. Who knew what other demonic beasts would appear if they alarmed the blood bats? It would be troublesome if some troublesome demonic beasts in the abyss were to be awakened. Fortunately, the blood bats didn't have any intention of attacking them during their descent. The two of them continued to descend. This abyss was bottomless. They had been carefully descending for 2 hours, but when Mu Yu looked down, there was still no end. This abyss won't lead to hell, right? Mu Yu couldn't help but mumble. There were more and more blood bats around them. They had just poked the nest of a demonic soul, and now they were entering the nest of blood bats. This kind of strange journey really made one feel helpless. Thump. However, at this moment, there was a muffled sound. Mu Yu felt as if his feet had hit hard ground, and a huge force came from under his feet. If it weren't for the fact that they were afraid of alerting the blood bats and had slowed down their descent, the force of the impact would have made them vomit blood. What the hell? Mu Yu recovered from his shock. The transcendent artifact under their feet seemed to be stuck on the ground, and they couldn't move forward anymore. He squatted down to check and found that they were still in mid-air. Below them was still the same pitch-black abyss. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that prevented them from descending. A barrier? Qiao Shui put away her transcendent artifact and withdrew her spiritual power. She stood in mid-air as if she was walking on flat ground. She walked a few steps to the left and then walked back. Her expression was very serious. This should be the barrier of a formation. We can't fly up or down. Why do I feel like we're trapped in a cage? Mu Yu squatted down and gently knocked on the barrier on the ground. There was a muffled thump-thump sound that echoed on the cliff. Be careful, don't alarm the blood bats. Qiao Shui looked at the densely packed red dots on the cliff. However, those blood bats only flashed slightly and didn't do anything. The smell of candy, over here. Over here. Little Shui grabbed Mu Yu's hair and jumped on his shoulder as he pointed to the right. Mu Yu and Qiao Shui nodded slightly and then carefully walked to the right. There was a slight muffled sound when they stepped on the barrier. Just in case, they still chose to fly. The abyss spanned 1 to 200 meters, so they soon reached the cliff on the right. The cliff was very rough, and it was cold to the touch. It was also a little wet. The strange thing was that there were no blood bats on this side of the cliff. They seemed to be deliberately keeping a distance from this place. There's nothing here. Qiao Shui touched the cliff. Apart from the uneven and wet rocks, she didn't find anything unusual. No, there's something strange here. Mu Yu's shadow clone sword lit up with a faint light, which illuminated the cliff in front of them. His finger brushed across the cliff, and he frowned as if he had discovered something. He took a few steps back and roughly looked at the cliff. Then, he slowly said, "This is a stone door." Xiao Shui's expression changed, and a look of pleasant surprise flashed across her eyes. However, the surroundings were too dark, so Mu Yu didn't notice it. She retreated to Mu Yu's side and asked, "Can you point out the rough outline of this stone door?" Mu Yu nodded and used his shadow clone sword to draw a circle on the cliff. The door was square, and it was about 5 meters wide and 12 meters tall. When the shadow clone sword drew across the top of the door, with the help of the faint green light, they could clearly see that there was a relief sculpture above. It had a ferocious expression and looked like a ferocious demonic beast. It was so lifelike that it gave them a fright. "How do we open this door?" Mu Yu asked the shadow clone sword to stop in front of the relief sculpture. He carefully sized up the ferocious demonic beast, but he didn't recognize what species it was. If he had to give an analogy, Mu Yu felt that it was a gorilla with fangs that reached its chin. However, it also looked like a sloth, which was neither fish nor fowl. When Xiao Shui saw the sculpture, she widened her eyes in disbelief. She seemed to know something, and after pondering for a while, she said, "I know how to open this door." "How?" From Mu Yu's point of view, the door wasn't a formation. He originally wanted to smash it with brute force, but when he thought about how strange this place was, he felt that the door wouldn't be broken so easily. If he didn't break the door and alarmed the bloodbats in the surroundings, he would have to fight with thousands of bloodbats again. Chapter 224. Sacrifice. Mu Yu looked at Xiao Shui in confusion. "Do we use a demon spirit like how we activated the array earlier?" When they were in the cave, they had to rely on a demon spirit to activate the array before entering the abyss. "No, we need blood to open this door." Xiao Shui stared at the carving above the door that was illuminated by Mu Yu with a disgusted expression. The mouth of the carving was malevolently open, revealing long fangs, as if warning outsiders not to act rashly. "Blood? What a disgusting method!" Mu Yu muttered in disgust. This door that was embedded in the stone wall was also a barrier for the demon race to resist invaders. If they wanted to open this door, they would have to pay a price. By using blood, they could weaken the strength of the invaders. This could also be considered a method. "How much blood do we need?" Mu Yu asked. Xiao Shui shook her head and said, "Maybe a drop. Maybe an entire person's blood. Who knows? The demon race has never easily allowed humans to enter their territory. So if it's human blood, it might be more. But if it's demon blood, it might be less. If it only required a small amount of blood, Mu Yu could accept it. But before he was certain, he didn't want to rashly try it. Moreover, Mu Yu soon discovered a more serious problem. He looked around at the surrounding bloodbats that were eyeing them covetously and suddenly understood why these bloodbats were so quiet on their way here. The reason why bloodbats were called bloodbats was because they were bloodthirsty. When they came down, they didn't emit the smell of blood, so they didn't provoke these bloodbats. If Mu Yu and Xiao Shui used their blood to open the stone door, the bloodbats would definitely riot when they smelled blood. At that time, the sky would be covered with bloodbats. Even if the two of them were in the nascent soul stage, it would be difficult for them to resist the attacks of so many bloodbats. "There are bloodbats here. We can't use blood," Mu Yu solemnly said. Xiao Shui was also aware of this, but they were stuck in a dilemma. If they sacrificed their blood to the stone door, the amount of blood they would lose would be a huge headache. If the bloodbats went berserk, they would have to deal with tens of thousands of bloodbats. "Let's look for other exits," Mu Yu suggested. If there was another exit, he wouldn't have to consider this damned statue. It was so ugly, yet it still wanted to drink blood. Why didn't it ascend to heaven? Mu Yu and Xiao Shui stepped on the barrier and explored the other parts of the abyss. Aside from the stone door, there were no other exits, which made them feel somewhat depressed. Originally, Mu Yu wanted to check the area where the bloodbats were entrenched to see if the exit had been blocked. However, this was too risky. If he angered the bloodbats, the outcome would be the same as opening the door with a drop of blood. Another way was to break the barrier beneath their feet and continue to descend into the abyss. After some consideration, Muyu gave up. This barrier was impregnable. Even an out-of-body stage cultivator might not be able to break it, let alone the two of them. This demonic array is too big. It will be difficult to find the array core, Muyu said helplessly as he sat on the barrier. The best way to break the array was to find the array core or the array base. However, they had descended for a few hundred miles. Finding the array core or the array core on the stone walls was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was too unrealistic. There must be another exit here. Qiao Shui didn't seem to want to give up. She turned around and continued to search. Muyu couldn't stay here for too long. He still had to search for the 9 Qi soul cleansing flower and netherworld grass. This was the reason why he came to the second celestial layer. There were only 2 ways to get out of here. The first was to crush the jade pendant and use the teleportation array to teleport him out. The second was to use his blood to open the stone door. Little Handsome, what are you looking at? Muyu noticed that Little Handsome didn't say anything after seeing the statue on the stone door. He stared at it for a long time, and his eyes seemed to be in a daze. Little Handsome scratched the back of his head and shook his head. I feel that this ugly statue is very familiar. Have I seen it somewhere before? Muyu smiled and said, could it be your relative? If it is, then hurry up and say something nice. Maybe we can go through without sacrificing anything. Little Handsome pouted and flew 2 circles in the air before saying, I'm so handsome and it's so ugly. How can it be my relative? Muyu rolled her eyes. This guy always had a narcissistic look on his face wherever he went. He glanced at the statue and saw Qiao Shui in front of it. She was holding a dagger and was about to cut her wrist. Hey, wait. What are you doing? Muyu didn't expect Qiao Shui to want to use her blood as a sacrifice to open the stone door. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. The faint smell of blood had already spread. Qiao Shui dripped her blood on the statue's forehead. The blood flowed from the statue's forehead to its mouth. The statue suddenly opened its eyes, and a strange yellow light lit up in its eye sockets. Under Muyu's astonished gaze, the statue seemed to have come alive. It shook its head, and the dust and moss on its fangs were shaken off, revealing a sinister cold light. At the same time, a huge suction force came from its mouth. The blood on Qiao Shui's wrist was sucked into the statue like a broken dam. Why are you being so reckless? Muyu quickly rushed over to help Qiao Shui stop the bleeding. However, Qiao Shui pushed Muyu away and shook her head. This is the only way. The only way to die. Muyu was a little angry. Qiao Shui was too reckless. She didn't even discuss it with Muyu before acting on her own. He raised his head and looked at the blood bats on the wall. The blood bats that were flashing on the wall suddenly lit up with blood-red eyes. Rustling sounds came from the sky. Many of the blood bats had already smelled the scent of blood and were getting restless. Plop! A blood bat quickly rushed over and attacked the wound on Qiao Shui's wrist. This blood bat was only a 3rd-order demonic beast. It wasn't worth mentioning at all. Qiao Shui subconsciously waved her hand and split the blood bat in half. Soon, she realized that she was wrong. After the blood bat was killed, a pungent smell spread out from its body. The nearby blood bats seemed to be stimulated by this smell. They all screeched and flapped their wings, covering the sky and earth as they swarmed over. Cover your ears. Muyu's expression changed and he immediately shouted. The blood bat's screeches were extremely lethal. They could affect a person's mind and even cause them to fall into a serious coma. The sound waves of 1 or 2 blood bats wouldn't cause any harm to them. However, there were thousands of them here. The impact of the sound waves was quite terrifying. With the first blood bat's screech, all the other blood bats responded one after another. The sharp and ear-piercing sound waves continued to reverberate in the abyss. Qiao Shui and Muyu immediately circulated their spiritual energy to seal their hearing. The surroundings fell into silence. However, the disadvantage of sealing their hearing was obvious. They couldn't dodge the attacks of the blood bats based on the surrounding sounds. Thousands of blood bats tore at Qiao Shui. The The smell of blood on her hand was caught by the bloodbats, which aroused their savage nature. Once they touched her, they would suck all the blood out of her body. Xiao Shui discovered that the stone door still showed no signs of opening. The blood she contributed wasn't enough to satisfy the sacrifice. However, the bloodbats were already swarming over. She could only raise the blue ribbon in her hand and wrap it around herself. The bloodbats were repelled by the blue ribbon. However, the bloodbats continued to charge forward dauntlessly, wanting to break through the obstruction of the blue ribbon. Demon souls and bloodbats. Damn it. Are the demonic beasts so bored that their balls hurt? Mu Yu's shadow clone sword chi crisscrossed. Many bloodbats were killed by the shadow clone sword chi. After the bloodbats were sliced apart by the shadow clone sword chi, dark purple blood splattered everywhere. The other bloodbats instantly devoured their dead companions. They didn't even spare their own kind. However, there were too many bloodbats in the abyss. Mu Yu resisted for a while before realizing that if this continued, his spiritual energy would be exhausted by the bloodbats sooner or later and he would become their prey. He had to think of a way to get rid of these bloodbats in one go. Little handsome, what are the bloodbats most afraid of? Mu Yu's shadow clone sword chi executed the 9 forms of falling dust. His figure flickered, preventing the bloodbats from approaching. At the same time, he helped Xiao Shui deal with the bloodbats' attacks. After all, most of the bloodbats were targeting Xiao Shui. Fire. Are we going to start a fire? Little handsome replied from Mu Yu's shoulder. He would sweep his tail around from time to time, stirring up the surrounding spiritual energy to repel the bloodbats. If only Luo Shong was here. Mu Yu thought about how Luo Shong could kill these bloodbats with a wave of his hand. It was a pity that these bloodbats were not afraid of his trees. He took out the pill flame stone. Fortunately, it was a common item. He had obtained a lot of it before coming here, and it came in handy at this moment. Bright flames quickly soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The bloodbats roared angrily as they avoided the flames from the pill flame stone. They avoided Mu Yu and turned towards Xiao Shui. Mu Yu quickly jumped to Xiao Shui's side and madly injected spiritual energy into the pill flame stone. With Mu Yu's spiritual energy as the source, the flames emitted a blazing light. Mu Yu did not like flames. In some ways, flames were the nemesis of plants. However, at this moment, it had become his life-saving method. It was a pity that he could not control the flames. Otherwise, he could take the initiative to attack and control the flames like Luo Shong to eliminate the bloodbats. The bloodbats avoided the flames and did not dare to approach. They circled around in the distance, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The blue ribbons on Xiao Shui's body had already fallen. Her face was pale, and the blood on her wrist was still being sucked away by the stone statue. Seeing that the situation was bad, Mu Yu immediately pulled Xiao Shui's hand away from the stone statue and helped her stop the bleeding. The bloodbats stopped roaring, and they regained their sense of hearing. You're too reckless with your reckless actions. The stone statue might suck you dry. Mu Yu knitted his brows. He was rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. The pill flame stone could only buy some time. The pill flame stone burned the spiritual energy of a cultivator. Once the spiritual energy was exhausted, the bloodbats would have a chance to counterattack. Then what can we do? Are we just going to wait here? Xiao Shui was unconvinced, but she knew that she was in the wrong. The amount of blood the stone statue required had exceeded her expectations. Even if she squeezed all the blood from her body, it might not be enough to open the stone door. If it sucks away most of your blood, will you still be able to deal with the danger? We have to think of some other methods. Mu Yu's eyes inadvertently glanced at the stone statue. When he saw the bloodstains around it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 225. What method? Xiao Shui hurriedly asked. Mu Yu pointed at the remains of the bloodbats around the stone statue. The dark purple blood splattered on the stone statue, but strangely, it flowed into the statue's mouth and was absorbed by the statue. We don't need to use our own blood. The blood of the bloodbats will do too. Mu Yu said. Xiao Shui also looked at the stone statue and her expression changed. She didn't think of using the blood of the bloodbats to open the door. In the past, very few second celestial layer humans could enter this place. Only the demon race could enter. The demon race was originally awakened from demonic beasts. The blood of demonic beasts would definitely be able to open the door. Then we need to think of a way to capture these bloodbats and release their blood. Xiao Shui felt that her blood was wasted. There were so many bloodbats in the abyss. Why would she need to sacrifice her blood? Of course, this was a solution, but it was too troublesome to catch them one by one and bleed them. Moreover, if one bloodbat was killed, the other bloodbats would become excited and cry out. At that time, there would be another unpleasant chorus, which was annoying to listen to. Mu Yu rolled his eyes and tugged at Little Handsome. Little Handsome, if I blow up these bloodbats, can you control the spiritual energy here and gather all the blood? I can, but how do you plan to blow up these bloodbats? Little Handsome's control of spiritual energy was very delicate. Its fluffy tail could make the surrounding spiritual energy move according to its will. Thus, it wasn't difficult for it to do this. Let's have an explosive pill to liven things up. Mu Yu smiled faintly and took out an explosive pill. This explosive pill was refined by the old man. For the nascent soul Mu Yu, its power was extraordinary. It was enough to blow up these bloodbats. He had a lot of good things in his pocket. He originally wanted to use some poison to deal with these bloodbats, but it wasn't as practical as an explosive pill. Don't blow it up too hard. Otherwise, the bloodbats might be blown to smithereens. At that time, all their blood will be blown up. Little Handsome reminded. I know. I'll try my best to be careful. Mu Yu cut his finger. In order to attract these bloodbats, he had to use fresh blood as a lure. When the blood flowed out of Mu Yu's hand, the surrounding bloodbats screeched again. They wanted to rush over, but they didn't dare to because of the flames in the sky. He smeared his blood on the exploding pill, and then injected a trace of his spiritual energy into the exploding pill. Then, he moved away from the stone door. He was prepared to detonate the exploding pill near the stone door. If he was lucky, the stone door would be blown open. If he was unlucky, the blood of the bloodbat would splatter on the stone door and be absorbed by it. The exploding pill drew an arc in the air as it headed for the stone door. As soon as it left his hand, all the bloodbats rushed towards it in a frenzy. The smell of blood on it was very tempting to these bloodbats. Explode. With a thought from Mu Yu, the spiritual energy connected to the exploding pill suddenly exploded, stimulating the violent herbs and ores inside the exploding pill. The destructive exploding pill immediately emitted a tearing and chaotic air blade, tearing all the surrounding bloodbats into pieces. Before the bloodbats could react, their bodies were torn into pieces by the destructive force of the exploding pill. Blood and flesh splattered all over the sky. A vacuum appeared in the originally densely packed bloodbats. Even the bloodbats in the distance that had yet to approach were sent flying. They fell onto the stone wall and died. Xiao Shui's tail was already swinging. The destructive force of the exploding pill had just spread out, and the surrounding spiritual energy was already in a mess. However, under Xiao Shui's control, the blood that splattered all over the sky was wrapped up by the spiritual energy and swept outwards. The bloodbats in the center of the exploding pill were already dead. Not even their blood was left. Xiao Shui could only collect the blood of the bloodbats that were injured in the periphery. The stone door was also covered with the remains of the bloodbats. The entire stone door was incomparably bloody and tragic. All the dark purple blood flowed into the stone statue's mouth. Xiao Shui turned her face away. This scene was too disgusting and cruel. Xiao Shui collected all the bloodbat's blood and turned it into a dark purple blood ball about 1 meter in diameter. The bloodbats had suffered such heavy casualties. The power of the exploding pill was truly shocking. I really want to know whose blood these bloodbats are sucking in this abyss and how they survive, Mu Yu mumbled as he threw Xiao Shui's blood ball at the stone statue. A powerful suction force appeared in the stone statue's mouth and sucked in all the bloodbat's blood. Buzz! A loud sound suddenly came from the stone door. Following that, the entire stone wall seemed to tremble. All the blood bats that had escaped the calamity suddenly screeched and fled in all directions in terror. Under Mu Yu's astonished gaze, they were actually fleeing toward the bottom of the abyss. The barrier that was blocking Mu Yu's way did not affect the blood bats at all. They directly passed through it and disappeared into the endless abyss below. I knew it. They definitely want to go out and suck some blood. Mu Yu originally wanted to follow the bloodbats down because he believed that since the bloodbats had a way to leave this place, it was very likely that there was an exit below. However, the barrier blocked him once again. This is too much. They're even racist. They're not letting us humans go out. Mu Yu cursed. The stone statue on the stone door suddenly roared and stared at Mu Yu's group with its bewitching yellow eyes. Then, the stone statue actually crawled out of the stone door. If it wasn't for the fact that its body was still made of stone, Mu Yu would have thought that it was a demon that had suddenly awakened after a long hibernation. The stone statue left the stone door and crawled to the top of the stone door and stopped moving. The stone door below slowly cracked open and a pitch-black tunnel appeared in front of them. Whoosh! A chilly wind blew from the tunnel, accompanied by an old rotting smell that made them feel nauseous. It was as if this tunnel hadn't been opened for thousands of years. A faint green light was emitted from somewhere in the tunnel. At the same time, there were faint whispers that came from afar and came closer. It was as if someone was speaking into their ears, which gave Mu Yu a fright. What is it this time? Mu Yu couldn't understand the whispers. They sounded like rats grinding their teeth and were extremely sour. It's Yarrow Yu. It's warning us that trespassers will die, Xiao Shuai blurted out. Xiao Shuai was always able to understand all kinds of strange languages. This was no surprise. Mu Yu shrugged and said, if someone doesn't want us to trespass, they should at least give us a way out. Sealing the way out and then warning us not to trespass, what kind of logic is this? Is the demon designer who created this kind of protective array a retard? It's clearly encouraging us to continue moving forward. Xiao Shui glanced at Mu Yu in agreement, agreeing with Mu Yu's words. Since the tunnel had already been opened, there was no reason not to go in. Whatever warning it was, they could just treat it as a passing wind. The two of them cautiously stepped into the tunnel. Then, they raised their guard again. The mess just now had already caused them enough trouble. They felt that it would only get more troublesome later. After entering the tunnel, they finally knew where the faint green light was coming from. Pieces of fluorescent green gemstones were embedded in the tunnel, illuminating the entire tunnel. The stone walls on both sides of the tunnel were still carved with strange murals. They were similar to the ones they'd seen in the cave just now. The two of them didn't have the time to stop and look at the murals in detail. From yarrow souls to bloodbats, who knew what other strange things would come out next? It was better to stay alert and be on guard against the dangers ahead. This tunnel was very long. Mu Yu and Xiao Shui walked for about an hour. It was peaceful along the way. No strange things came out to stop them. The passageway was silent, and the faint murmurs could be heard every once in a while. At first, it was scary, but once they got used to it, they didn't feel anything. Just then, the tunnel ahead suddenly became spacious and bright. The whispers also became more frequent. What's that over there? I can't see it clearly. Mu Yu raised his hand to block his line of sight. The ball of light in front of them made them unable to look directly at it. The light seemed to have a powerful penetrating power. Even with spiritual power, their eyes couldn't avoid it. Xiao Shui waved her hand. Her strange blue ribbon floated out again and blocked in front of them. The dazzling light in front of them shone on the blue ribbon. Most of the white light was filtered out, and they could finally see the white light through the blue ribbon. The dazzling white light was emitting a sparkling and translucent barrier. It seemed to be made of pure gas, and it was gently pulsing. Through the barrier, they could see that there seemed to be two fish swimming in the barrier. The figures of the fish floated around at an extremely fast speed. They couldn't see their true appearances. Is this some kind of treasure? Mu Yu reached his hand under the blue ribbon and touched the barrier. The barrier was elastic and bounced his hand away. He tried to use his spiritual power to touch the barrier, but it immediately sucked away Mu Yu's spiritual power. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reaction. Xiao Shui said, "If we want to move forward, we have to break this barrier. If we break this barrier, the two small fish inside won't rush out and bite us, right?" Mu Yu didn't dare to underestimate anything here. These two small fishes were definitely not placed here for ornamental purposes. Moreover, it was hard to say whether they were fishes or not. Who knew what kind of powerful demonic beasts were those that swam so fast? After Mu Yu arrived at the second heavenly layer, he found that he couldn't name many demonic beasts. The demonic beasts in the second heavenly layer were very different from those in the third heavenly layer. Especially after coming to the bottom of the abyss, none of the demonic beasts he encountered were easy to deal with. "We don't have any other choice, right?" Xiao Shui sent out a beam of spiritual power at the bright barrier in front of them. However, there was no reaction. The barrier only fluctuated slightly, and there wasn't even a sound. Mu Yu's shadow clone sword also flew out and stabbed into the barrier. However, the barrier only caved in under the attack of the shadow clone sword. It was like a rubber band, and it couldn't go any further. At the same time, a huge rebound force came, and Mu Yu quickly let go. His shadow clone sword flew out and stabbed into the stone wall. The two of them tried again, but it was a pity that they couldn't break this barrier with their cultivation. After all, the ancient demonic beasts were very powerful. To be able to kill a second heavenly layer human meant that they were not to be underestimated. The murmurs of trespassers will die were made by these two small fish. Xiao Shui smacked its lips and shook its little claws. It continued, "These things are like springs. If you are strong, they will be strong. If you are weak, they will be weak." "What does that mean?" Xiao Shui asked. "It means that if you want to pass through this barrier, you can't rely on brute force, you can't reveal any killing intent, and you can't have any malicious thoughts." "Hey, how do I know this?" Xiao Shui tilted its head. It always knew many things that others didn't know. As for how it knew, it was very confused. Xiao Shui spread its hands and slowly closed its eyes. Then, it floated over to the barrier in front. It slowly stuck to the barrier and squeezed in, but the barrier suddenly bounced it away. "Hey, did you make a mistake?" Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he pulled Xiao Shui. It had been speaking in a serious manner a moment ago, but now, it had exposed itself. Xiao Shui scratched its butt and said embarrassedly, "It was a mistake. I was thinking of jelly beans. Let's do it again." "I don't want to eat jelly beans. I don't want to eat jelly beans. I don't want to eat jelly beans." Mu Yu helplessly looked at Xiao Shui, who was talking to itself. He wondered why this weirdo was always thinking about eating. Xiao Shui continued to mumble as it flew forward. Mu Yu wondered if this fellow's self-hypnosis was effective. Xiao Shui hopped and then stuck to the barrier. Mu Yu thought that it would be bounced away again, but unexpectedly, Xiao Shui merged into the barrier. It actually passed through. Chapter 226. Hey, that's it. Mu Yu and Xiao Shui looked at each other. They never expected that little Shui would succeed. They didn't think much of it when little Shui failed at the start, but in the end, he easily passed through. Little Shui gestured at them from the other side of the barrier with his mouth constantly opening and closing as if he was trying to say something. Unfortunately, little Shui's voice couldn't reach them. The barrier had isolated his voice. "I like such a straightforward checkpoint. Fighting and killing is so boring," Mu Yu muttered before he walked towards the barrier. He was surprised by the barrier. He initially thought that he would have to deal with some demon beasts, but it turned out to be so simple. Mu Yu shrugged. He was prepared to fight when he tried earlier, so he was blocked by the barrier. He didn't have any purpose in coming here, and he just wanted to get out as soon as possible. Hence, it was easy for him to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. He closed his eyes and walked around Xiao Shui's blue ribbon before he calmly walked towards the barrier. This time, the barrier didn't stop him. Mu Yu felt as if he was walking through warm water. His entire body felt warm, and he didn't feel any discomfort. Just as he passed through, little Shui's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He knew that he had succeeded. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was still in a passage. He turned around and looked at the barrier behind him. He realized that the barrier wasn't as dazzling as before, and he could vaguely see Xiao Shui on the other side of the barrier. Weren't there 2 fishes here earlier? Why are they gone? Mu Yu looked around. He thought that he was going to fight with the fish demons. Little Shui swung his tail and said, "The little fishes aren't here at all. They're only projecting their shadows onto the barrier. I vaguely heard them say that it's raining outside, and they seemed pretty happy." Raining? What's there to be happy about? Although he felt that this matter was a little strange, it was better to avoid trouble. He turned around and waved at Xiao Shui, indicating for her to come over. It took Xiao Shui a few tries before she managed to pass through the barrier. It was a little difficult for her to clear her mind, and no one knew what she was thinking. Xiao Shui gave Mu Yu a strange feeling. She seemed to know everything, but at the same time, she seemed to have a purpose for coming here. She seemed to know everything about the demon race in the second heaven like the back of her hand. She could even read the demon language and knew about the strange sacrificial ritual. Mu Yu wasn't a fool. He had long felt that there was something wrong with Xiao Shui, but he didn't point it out. The 2 of them sized up the passageway, and after confirming that there was no danger, they continued to move forward. Stairs leading downwards appeared in the passageway. Furthermore, they were spiraling downwards. They were heading deeper into the cave. After walking for a short while, the passageway became flat again, and then suddenly opened up. Mu Yu and Xiao Shui walked to the end of the passage and arrived at an underground palace. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, the 2 of them almost jumped up in anger. Because after they walked out of the passage, they were stared at by hundreds of eyes. There were actually many demon clansmen standing in front of them. F***CK, did we poke into the demon race's nest? Xiao Shui let out a strange cry and crawled into Mu Yu's clothes. Sorry, we were just passing by. We didn't mean to barge in. Mu Yu's shadow clone sword was already in front of him, and Xiao Shui's blue ribbon was also surrounding them. Both of them were on high alert. The demon race had a huge prejudice against the human race. Although it wasn't as bad as humans' relationship with the human race, it was almost the same. There were countless demon clansmen, and if they charged over, it would probably be another fierce battle. At that time, whether or not they could escape would be a problem. No one answered them, and no demon clansman even spoke. All the demon clansmen just stared at them. Hey! Why are they so harmonious? Mu Yu muttered. He loved this harmonious way of getting along the most. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. The demon race had already disappeared from the second layer of heaven, so it didn't make sense for so many demon clansmen to appear in this underground place. They realized that these demon clansmen were only staring at the entrance of the passage, but they didn't move or make any sound. Mu Yu glanced over and realized that there were a few demon clansmen that were missing limbs. Upon closer inspection, they were actually statues. Why are there so many statues? Are they scary? Alright, you've succeeded in scaring me. Mu Yu heaved a sigh of relief, but he still didn't put away his shadow clone sword. The 2 of them carefully walked over and looked around. This was a huge underground cast cave, which was several hundred meters high. The surrounding walls were uneven and extended with stone platforms. There were all kinds of demon beasts and demon clansmen standing there. They were very lifelike. Counting carefully, there were thousands of statues on the walls. Facing the entrance of the passage was a flight of stairs made of real gold. Each flight of stairs was 2 meters wide, and there were demon clansmen of different shapes and sizes standing on both sides of the stairs. These demons looked like humans, but they looked more ferocious. Some parts of their bodies still retained the characteristics of demon clansmen, such as wings or horns. These demons were so lifelike that when Mu Yu first saw them, she thought that they were alive. There were about 99 flights of stairs, and there were 2 demon clansmen statues on each flight of stairs. There were nearly 200 of them in total. At the top of the stairs was a throne carved from red jade. There was no demon monarch statue sitting on the throne. Instead, it was empty. This was somewhat strange. This is an underground palace of the second firmament demon race. It's no wonder the desolate wolf and flowing eagle that were chasing us stopped here. Demons are rather intimidating to demon beasts, said Xiao Shui in delight. There are so many statues in the underground palace. Are they bored out of their minds? Mu Yu curled his lips. He wondered how long it would take to create so many statues. He stepped onto the stairs and sized up the statues on both sides of the stairs. He extended his hand to poke at them and discovered that the clay statues were somewhat soft. They didn't look like ordinary clay statues. Xiao Shui had already flown up and stood beside the red jade throne. She reached out her hand to touch the throne and revealed a puzzled look. Then, she looked up at the ceiling as though she was searching for something. A demon monarch's throne. It's rather impressive. Mu Yu flew up as well. Throne. Let me take a look. Xiao Shui poked his head out and jumped onto the throne. He leaned against the back of the chair, crossed his little legs, and shouted, "Rise, my beloved." Mu Yu smiled knowingly. This guy's head was too small. Sitting on the throne, the people below probably couldn't even see its existence. He sized up the throne. The red jade throne was as smooth as water, and it felt warm to the touch. There wasn't a speck of dust on it, and it seemed to shimmer with a strange light. It was a pretty good treasure. Why isn't there anything strange? Xiao Shui touched every inch of the throne, but she still couldn't find what she was looking for. What are you looking for? Mu Yu asked curiously. Xiao Shui glanced at Mu Yu and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Legend has it that the demon race's underground palace in the second heaven enshrines the inner core of one of the 10 demon monarchs, the white ape demon monarch. The 10 demon monarchs were immortal existences in ancient times. They were the ancestors of the demon race. They were sealed by us humans a few thousand years ago, but the demon core fell into the hands of the demons in the second heaven. Don't you know this? The white ape demon monarch? Why is it the white ape demon monarch again? Those ghosts are also after the white ape demon monarch," Mu Yu muttered. When he went to a plague village with Deadwood to treat people, he caught 2 disciples of the Gate of Hell. At that time, Deadwood directly captured their souls and interrogated them. They said that the Ghost Lord collected the souls of mortals in order to possess the 9 formations. The target of the 9 formations was the white ape demon monarch's body. Who is also after the white ape demon monarch? Xiao Shui asked vigilantly. Mu Yu said, "The gate of hell of your 8 gates. They seem to be after the white ape demon monarch." The gate of hell? Xiao Shui thought of something and her expression changed slightly. But after glancing at Mu Yu, she returned to normal. "We came to the second heaven with the mission of finding the white ape demon monarch's inner core. If we can find the demon race's underground palace in the second heaven, we must find a way to bring the white ape demon monarch's inner core back to the third heaven," Xiao Shui explained further. Mu Yu didn't know about this, but since Xiao Shui came from the Red Dust sect, it was understandable that she knew about this. He said, "I remember that the people from the Gate of Hell seemed to want to possess the white ape demon monarch's body. They also collected the souls of many mortals to use in the 9 formations possession. Your Red Dust sect wants to bring the white ape demon monarch's inner core back, but the Gate of Hell wants to possess the white ape demon monarch's body. Won't you have a conflict with them?" Xiao Shui frowned and said seriously, "Really? The people from the Gate of Hell want to possess the white ape demon monarch's body?" Mu Yu was already used to the ambitions of the people from the Gate of Hell. They were a group of people who would do anything to achieve their goals. The Gate of Hell even dared to make a move on the third heaven true god Lu. What else wouldn't they do? With the methods of the Gate of Hell, what they want isn't the demon monarch's body, but the demon monarch's soul. For the cultivation world, the demon monarch's matter is very important. It's not something that the Gate of Hell can do on their own. "We have to stop them," Xiao Shui said coldly. "I'm not interested in stopping them. I just want to find a place to get out of here quickly." Mu Yu didn't have much of a sense of right and wrong. Whether it was the Gate of Hell or the demon race, the white ape demon monarch's matter would have a huge impact on the cultivation world, but it wasn't as important as him saving his master. He just wanted to find the herbs in the second heaven to save his master. That was all. Xiao Shui had already started to search the entire underground palace. The underground palace was so huge that it was quite strenuous to search. Mu Yu wasn't interested in the demon monarch's core. He was more concerned about how to get out of the underground palace. If he couldn't find the exit, it would be useless even if the core was given to him. Where would the demon monarch's core be in the underground palace? Xiao Shui spent more than 2 hours but still couldn't find the core. Although she was a little disappointed, it was within her expectations. It would be strange if the demon race would just throw away such a precious item. Where would the exit be? Mu Yu didn't find anything either. He knocked on the walls to look for hidden mechanisms. However, things didn't go as he wished. In the huge underground palace, apart from the entrance, he couldn't find any other exit. During this process, after hearing Xiao Shui's words, little Shui, who had been clamoring for candy, suddenly became unusually quiet. He quietly lay on Mu Yu's shoulder and didn't even complain. This was completely unlike little Shui's style. Little Shui's abnormal behavior attracted Mu Yu's attention. He tilted his head and asked, "Little Shui, why aren't you saying anything?" Chapter 227. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Mu Yu turned his head and peeked at Xiao Shui, who was still looking for the core. He couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Since she said so, doesn't that mean she'll take the jelly beans as soon as we find them? Xiao Shui wagged his tail and said unhappily. Mu Yu was speechless. So this was what Xiao Shui was thinking. However, little Shui was right. Since the monster core was related to the monster race and the red dust sect was one of the representative forces of the cultivation world, if they could find it, they would definitely hand it over to Xiao Shui. Mu Yu wouldn't compete with Xiao Shui for the monster core. However, little Shui was different. He had sniffed his way here with great difficulty, not to mention that he had discovered the hiding place of the Yarrow King's Yarrow core. In front of a foodie, whoever dared to snatch his candy would naturally be unforgivable. If you really eat the core, I'm afraid the people of the 8 sects won't let you go. When we return to the 3rd heaven, we'll be hunted down all day. I don't want to get involved in this mess. Mu Yu rolled his eyes. If he really stole the core, he would be seen as a thorn in many people's eyes. Maybe even the demon clan would come after him. Although the demon clan had been living in seclusion, it didn't mean they didn't get the news. Xiao Shui snorted unhappily and said, "It's not like we haven't been hunted down before. Didn't we survive on the floating immortal island? I was the only one who survived on the floating immortal island, okay?" Mu Yu almost cursed out loud. At that time, he was only in the Jindan period. It was pure luck that he was able to escape from a bunch of nascent soul stage cultivators. Moreover, back then, Elder Kumu had been secretly protecting him. Now, if he accidentally caused a mess, there would be no one like Elder Kumu to protect him anymore. Xiao Shui spread his hands and said, "I don't care. Since I can't eat such delicious jelly beans, I'll just let it rot there. Anyway, it's up to each of us, right?" Mu Yu couldn't say that Xiao Shui did anything wrong. He was just a pure foodie who stood aloof from worldly affairs. The safety of the cultivation world and the conflict between the demon clan and the humans had nothing to do with him. Then, Mu Yu thought, what did the Yarrow clan have to do with him? He was already entangled with human in the first place. How could he be in the mood to go against the demons? Did he not think that he had enough trouble already? Saying that they should take the world's affairs as their own responsibility was enough. If they couldn't even handle their own affairs well, and lived in the open every day, living under someone else's roof, how could they talk about the world's affairs? All right, it's up to you. Since you know the whereabouts of the Demon King's inner core, then do you also know the way out? We can't be trapped here for too long. Mu Yu didn't force little Shui. He was more concerned about finding the 9-chi soul-cleansing flower. Maybe I'll have the strength to go out after eating the Niden. Little Shui snorted. Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh. But at this moment, he noticed that Xiao Shui had stopped. She was standing beside the Demon King's throne and her hands were constantly moving. Two of her fingers were clasped together to form a strange seal. This kind of seal was rather awkward and wasn't a normal seal. Mu Yu was rather curious as he didn't know what she was doing. Mu Yu furrowed his brows because he realized that this seal was rather familiar. A strange light flashed across his eyes, and the way he looked at Qiao Shui had changed. A strange wave rippled from Qiao Shui's hand, and at the same time, a white light flickered in front of her eyes. The white light emitted a divine and majestic aura. It was as dazzling as a panicked and arrogant emperor. Then, all the white light suddenly burst forth and formed thousands of streams of light. They were like glowing worms that flowed through the entire underground palace. Why is this aura so similar to the candy I smelled? Little Shui looked at the streams of light in confusion. He didn't understand why Qiao Shui had such a thing. As if to answer Little Shui's doubts, Qiao Shui said, "This treasure was given to me by my master. It's said that it came from the head of the 10 great demon kings, the Azure Dragon Demon King. It can resonate with the White Ape Demon King's Niden, and we can use it to find the White Ape Demon King's Niden. Since you have such a treasure, why didn't you take it out earlier? Why did you waste so much time?" Mu Yu asked. "This thing is very precious and very difficult to control. If I'm not careful, it can bring about great destruction. So, I didn't plan to use it at first," Qiao Shui replied. As she spoke, an explosion came from the stone wall of the underground palace. A demon race statue shattered into pieces. Its broken limbs fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, causing dust to splatter everywhere. At the same time, more explosions came from the statues on the stairs. Many of them were blasted apart. More streams of light emerged from the dust and flew to other places. Hiss! All the streams of light suddenly and slowly gathered above the Demon King's throne, condensing into a ball that seemed to wrap around something. Then, a domineering aura suddenly exploded from the sky. Mu Yu tightly grabbed onto a protruding rock to prevent herself from being blown away by the aura. "Found it." Qiao Shui was pleasantly surprised. She waved her hand, and all of the streams of light quickly left the sky and flew back to Qiao Shui, where she put them away. In the middle of the air, a white Niden was quietly floating in a place that was wrapped in flowing light. It was like a piece of jade, as pure as this place. The majestic aura within it was slowly pulsating. Although it was restrained, it was still unable to conceal the valiant aura of a king. She actually found it. Little Shui grabbed Mu Yu's hair in exasperation. "Hurry up and get it back." He had long known that the Demon King's Niden was in that place. Without special means, it was impossible to make the Niden appear. Mu Yu had flown over that place at least 3 times, but he didn't touch the Niden. He had to admit that the demon race was quite powerful. Qiao Shui had already flown up, but she didn't directly reach for the Demon King's Niden. With a flick of her finger, she sent a stream of spirit energy toward the Niden. However, ripples appeared around the Niden and absorbed the spirit energy. Mu Yu came to Qiao Shui's side and asked, "How do you plan to obtain the Demon King's Niden next?" Qiao Shui formed a hand seal again, and a red light rose from her hand. Starlight flowed like water and gathered around the Demon King's Niden. Under the starlight, the formation protecting the Demon King's Niden gradually revealed its original form. It was actually the image of an ape. The starlight outlined the ape's image. The ape was lifelike, and its eyes were wide open. It was glaring at them majestically, as if it wanted to break free. The Niden was located in the ape's heart. "Sawuyasa." Qiao Shui pointed at the ape's face with one hand and grabbed the Demon King's Niden with the other. She then chanted a strange incantation. When the white ape's image heard Qiao Shui's incantation, it looked up to the sky and roared. Its majestic aura was like that of a monarch descending to the world. It made people feel powerless, as if everything had to submit to the White Ape Demon King. The Demon King's Niden suddenly trembled, and the entire underground palace suddenly shook. Large pieces of rock fell down, and the stone walls of the underground palace also cracked and collapsed, revealing pitch-black cracks. Surging grey air currents surged out of the cracks in the walls. They didn't know what these grey air currents were, but they spread throughout the underground palace and gradually blurred their vision. Mu Yu could no longer see Qiao Shui. His heart was in his mouth because he noticed that the white ape demon king's Niden had followed the white ape's image and drilled out of its mouth. It then escaped into the grey air around it and disappeared in an instant. Big Candy, where are you going? Xiao Shuai's figure flashed from Mu Yu's shoulder and chased after the demon king's Niden. Mu Yu moved in Xiao Shuai's direction, but he realized that she had already left. Whoosh! A shadow swept through the air, and Mu Yu pulled out the shadow clone sword to block behind him. He turned his head to look, but the shadow that attacked him had escaped into the grey air currents again. Just as he turned his head, a slender tail was heading for his heart. The shadow clone sword was already in front of him. Mu Yu pulled himself back. This time, he clearly saw what was attacking him. It was actually a lizard demon man. Where did the demon clan come from? Mu Yu was very surprised. He rushed forward, and the shadow clone sword in his hand slashed out with a green light, immediately cutting off the lizard demon man's slender tail. The tail was smashed to pieces by Mu Yu's sword chi. However, the scene of blood splattering did not appear. The lizard demon man didn't even frown as it continued to pounce on Mu Yu. Mu Yu easily pierced through the lizard demon man's chest. This time, he saw clearly that this guy was not a living demon clan member, but one of the statues he saw earlier. How did these statues come to life? Mu Yu turned the tip of his sword, and the lizard demon man was smashed to pieces and fell down. However, even more demon clan statues attacked him from the shadows. These statues did not have real cultivation, but they had the abilities of their respective demon beasts. In particular, they seemed to be unaffected by the grey mist, and jumped out when one was unprepared. Their sharp claws, fangs, and tails were immune to Mu Yu's spiritual power. He could only rely on the shadow clone sword to shatter these statues. Little Shuai, where are you? Mu Yu shouted. The grey air currents allowed these statues to move. He should have known. Why would the demon clan place so many statues in the underground palace for no reason? Mu Yu, Big Candy Bean is here. Come and help me, I can't catch up to it. Little Shuai's voice came from behind. Mu Yu did not have time to think. He followed the voice and flashed to Little Shuai's side. Little Shuai's tail kept wagging, and the surrounding spiritual energy wrapped around the Demon King's inner core. However, the Demon King's inner core was rampaging, not giving Little Shuai a chance to get close. A blue shadow flashed past, and Xiao Shui flashed out of the grey mist, immediately rushing toward the Demon King's inner core. However, the Demon King's inner core suddenly sucked in the grey mist around it, and all the grey mist rushed toward the inner core. The appearance of the underground palace once again appeared clearly in front of them. At the same time, a huge hand stretched out from the Demon King's inner core, followed by its head, body, and feet. Not long after, a white ape covered in white hair appeared from the inner core, roaring and pounding its chest. Its huge fists danced, and chi blades shot out in all directions, repelling Xiao Shui in an instant. This white ape Demon King's inner core can still come to life. Mu Yu frowned. That's just a self-defense measure that the demon race placed on the inner core. It will dissipate soon. We have to stop it and not let it escape this place. The blue ribbon in Xiao Shui's hand grew in the wind, and in an instant, blue shadows flew out and shot toward the white ape Demon King. At the same time, countless statues came from all directions. Although these statues could not cause Mu Yu any harm, Mu Yu could not get rid of them all in a short time, causing him a lot of trouble. Boom! The white ape Demon King rushed out from Xiao Shui's encirclement and roared as it threw a punch at Xiao Shui. The punch was so domineering that it seemed to have crushed the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the air to explode. Xiao Shui was shocked and quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the punch. However, she was still affected by the shockwave from the punch and was sent flying. The white ape Demon King's strength had reached the out-of-body stage. Chapter 228. Boom! The white ape Demon King punched again, and the air seemed to be rapidly compressed before exploding again. The surrounding spiritual energy was like a sharp blade that slashed towards the two of them. Xiao Shui used the blue ribbon in front of her to protect herself. When the fist wind hit the blue ribbon, There was a burst of crisp crackling sounds. The blue ribbon trembled and was already deformed. However, its material was very strange. It held on and did not break. Damn it, even a broken inner core is so powerful. How can we live? Mu Yu cursed. However, the White Ape Demon King seemed to have heard Mu Yu's curse. He turned around and attacked Mu Yu again. Mu Yu reacted in time. He jumped into the air and dodged the White Ape Demon King's punch. However, the attacking statues behind him were not so lucky. Under the White Ape Demon King's punch, the statues were annihilated. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. This guy's strength is terrifying. Mu Yu's tiptoe touched the wing of an eagle demon statue on the rock wall. Then, her stature floated away like a breeze. She quickly distanced herself from the White Ape Demon King so that she wouldn't get hit again. The White Ape Demon King's attack failed. He turned his gaze to Qiao Shui, who was closer. He roared violently, and a majestic monster energy shrouded Qiao Shui. The aura of an out-of-body stage caused Qiao Shui's face to change. "Be careful," Mu Yu shouted. He sighed in his heart. Qiao Shui's cultivation was not as good as his. The White Ape Demon King's punch was not a joke. He had already dodged. Now, he could only go for the White Ape Demon King again. However, the White Ape Demon King arrived in front of Qiao Shui in the blink of an eye. His fist was like a tiger's fist that could destroy heaven and earth. Qiao Shui crossed her arms in front of her chest and took the punch. However, the punch of an out-of-body stage was not a joke. Qiao Shui quickly realized that this punch was not to be taken lightly. However, it was too late to stop. Bang! A heart-wrenching pain came from Qiao Shui's left arm, which was tilted to the side. Seeing the White Ape Demon King's other fist coming down, Mu Yu's shadow-cloned sword blocked the White Ape Demon King's fist. Mu Yu grabbed Qiao Shui and flew away, pulling her back from the gate of hell. "Are you crazy? You want to fight it head-on?" Mu Yu's shadow swords were smashed to pieces by the White Ape Demon King's fist. His shadow swords only managed to resist a little before they dissipated. The out-of-body stage White Ape Demon King's strength was too terrifying for Mu Yu to resist. "We have to separate the inner core from the shadow." Qiao Shui gritted her teeth. Her blue ribbon had already wrapped tightly around her arm, and blue light was flowing around it as if it was healing Qiao Shui. The White Ape Demon King roared and pounced again. Its speed was so fast that Mu Yu could only raise his sword to block it. The two of them were sent flying again. "We can't beat it, let alone get close to it. Let's think of a way to get out of here first." Mu Yu turned to look at the passage they came from. His heart suddenly sank because he realized that the passage they came from had disappeared without him knowing. It had turned into a solid rock wall. He rushed over with Qiao Shui and slashed at the rock wall. Although a crack appeared on the rock wall, it showed no signs of collapsing. The White Ape Demon King came crashing over again. Boom! Mu Yu dodged again. The White Ape Demon King's fist smashed into the rock wall. The rock wall was torn apart, but the passage was still nowhere to be seen. "The protective power of the Demon King's inner core won't last for long. We just have to wait until it dissipates," Qiao Shui said in a low voice. "I'm afraid that when the protective power dissipates, we'll be dead. Be careful. I'll find a way to kill it." Mu Yu let go of Qiao Shui and rushed toward the White Ape Demon King. The sword intent hidden in his right arm began to accumulate power, and his entire arm was filled with explosive power. The shadow swords had already split into 5. The sword shadows circled around and quickly performed different moves. Then, all the shadow swords suddenly pressed against the tail of the shadow swords. Sharp sword chi flashed rapidly between the 5 shadow swords. Then, a huge sword took shape in the air. Its power was not below the out-of-body stage White Ape Demon King, the third style of the falling dust swordsmanship, falling sword returning horse. The sword fell without form, and the will was in the heart. The huge sword suddenly disappeared the moment before it collided with the White Ape Demon King. All the sword chi and sword shadows disappeared, as if all the awe-inspiring sword momentum was just a bluff. The surroundings were silent. Mu Yu's figure disappeared along with the huge sword. Everything was silent. Even the White Ape Demon King was confused for a moment. In an instant, 4 Mu Yus appeared in 4 different directions. Each Mu Yus held a sword with their back facing the White Ape Demon King. The violent sword chi surrounded Mu Yu's body, and the swords in their hands pierced the White Ape Demon King's body from 4 different directions. Roar! The sword chi entered the body. Even though the White Ape Demon King's shadow was invisible, Mu Yu's sword chi still disturbed the protective power of the Demon King's inner core. The White Ape Demon King roared, and a powerful spiritual power erupted from his body, sending the 4 Mu Yus flying. Mu Yu fell heavily on the rock wall, smashing a big hole in the rock wall. His throat was blocked, and blood gushed out from it. Damn, my arm is ruined again. How unlucky. Mu Yu's right arm was burning with pain. The falling sword returning horse was the move he was most unwilling to use. Although this move was powerful, it did not give him any room to defend himself. It was almost a life-and-death situation. If he could not win in one blow, he would inevitably be attacked from behind. He could only create 4 shadows at the moment. If he could create 5 shadows, he could make up for the drawback of this move. Little Shuai landed on Mu Yu's shoulder and gathered spiritual energy to heal him. The White Ape Demon King looked at Mu Yu coldly. That move had a great impact on him. After all, Mu Yu had used the sword chi of the broken sword. The sword chi was extremely domineering, and its power was not below the White Ape Demon King's. But it was also because of this that even the current Mu Yu couldn't control this sword intent. Whoosh! The White Ape Demon King rushed towards Mu Yu again. Its fist was mixed with the wind, and it seemed that Mu Yu's swordsmanship did not affect it at all. Mu Yu struggled to escape, but at the moment, his breath was weak. Before he could escape, the White Ape Demon King's figure was already in front of him. Damn it, I'm going to eat candy today, little monkey, don't be so arrogant. Little Shuai's dissatisfied voice was mixed with a trace of anger, echoing in the cave. Then, a swift white shadow streaked across the sky. The speed of the figure was even faster than that of the White Ape Demon King. Little Shuai was angered and attacked. Just as the White Ape Demon King's fist was approaching Mu Yu, its body seemed to be blocked by something and abruptly stopped moving forward. It looked down in a daze and saw a big hole in its chest. Little Shuai flicked its thin, sharp claws again, flashing with a cold light. It broke the protection around the inner core and directly pulled out the inner core of the White Ape Demon King. Little Shuai's movements were clean and neat, without any sloppiness. The White Ape Demon King's shadow, which was originally arrogant, could not resist Little Shuai's attack at all. It was the first time Mu Yu saw Little Shuai attack. In the past, this guy was lazy and timid, not interested in anything except eating. Mu Yu did not expect it to kill the great Demon King in an instant when it was angry. Hiss! As the inner core of the White Ape Demon King left its body, the White Ape Demon King's shadow also disappeared. The mighty White Ape Demon King suddenly disappeared from the underground palace. Little Shuai had already retracted its claws and looked disdainfully at the White Ape Demon King that disappeared in front of its eyes. It no longer had the domineering look from before, and it revealed the nature of a foodie. It began to drool at the inner core in its hand. Candy, candy, Little Shuai, if you attack a few more times, I won't be tortured to death every time. Mu Yu breathed heavily. The White Ape Demon King's inner core was already so powerful. If the White Ape Demon King's true body was so fierce, who knew how fierce it would be? His sword chi had disrupted the protective power of the Demon King's inner core. When the White Ape Demon King rushed over again, it was already a spent arrow. This was also why Little Shuai could so easily break through the White Ape Demon King's shadow. Can I eat candy? Little Shuai blinked its big eyes and looked innocently at Mu Yu. Little Shuai, I really can't let you eat this. Later, I'll compensate you with a few drumsticks and candy, okay? Mu Yu said helplessly. He knew that the Demon King's inner core was very important, and he could not let Little Shuai eat it. Little Shuai pouted and was a little angry. It seemed very reluctant, but when it looked at Mu Yu's eyes, it compromised and reluctantly handed the Demon King's inner core to Mu Yu. 10 drumsticks and 10 candy. Not one less. Little Shuai groaned. Mu Yu patted Little Shuai's head. He was really worried that Little Shuai would refuse to give it to him and then recklessly swallow the Demon King's inner core or run away from home in anger. However, Little Shuai obviously didn't think so much. It was used to relying on Mu Yu, so at this moment, it was obedient. The White Ape Demon King's shadow dissipated, and so did the grey fog. All the yarrow beasts had left their original positions. Some of them were still in the act of jumping up, and some of them even lost their lives due to the dissipation of the grey fog and fell to the ground. Most of the statues below were destroyed by Mu Yu, and a small number of them lost the ability to move when the White Ape Demon King was defeated. The originally solemn underground palace suddenly became a mess. Xiao Shui also landed and sat cross-legged to adjust her breathing. The two of them didn't speak. Xiao Shui's injuries weren't very serious. Only one of her arms was broken by the White Ape Demon King. The blue silk wrapped around her broken arm, and it gradually began to heal. Broken bones weren't a big deal for cultivators, and generally, they would recover very quickly after resting for a while. Mu Yu's injuries were more serious, and several parts of his body were in pain. He took out a spirit recovery pill and swallowed it. He had a lot of healing pills, and what he needed most now was to replenish the spirit energy he had lost. He glanced at the injured Xiao Shui, but for some reason, he didn't give her any healing pills. After about 2 hours, Mu Yu and Xiao Shui opened their eyes at the same time. The two of them looked at each other. After a while, Xiao Shui forced out a smile and said, "The Demon King's inner core is in our hands. Can you give it to me? I'll take it back to report on my mission. You also know that the Demon King's inner core is very important. It can't fall into the hands of the demon clansmen." Mu Yu looked at Xiao Shui quietly and slowly shook his head. "I won't give it to you." "Why?" Xiao Shui asked. "Because I still have a use for the White Ape Demon King's inner core." Mu Yu said indifferently. "You want to refine it by yourself?" "Let me tell you, the inner core's power is extremely overbearing. It's not something we can swallow and refine. I also won't take it for myself. I'll take it back and let the people of the 8 sects discuss it. If the Demon King's inner core isn't handled properly and it falls into the hands of the demon clansmen, then the demon clansmen might make a comeback." Xiao Shui said anxiously. "Like you said, the Demon King's inner core can't fall into the hands of the demon clansmen. Therefore, I can't give it to you." Mu Yu's words were like a clap of thunder, startling Xiao Shui. Chapter 229. How could I be from the Yarrow clan? Yarrow clan members more or less have the characteristics of Yarrow beasts, but I'm a pure human. Can't you tell whether I'm a human or a Yarrow? Xiao Shui's expression didn't change. She spoke calmly as if she was explaining something very simple. "You're from the human clan, but you're definitely related to the Yarrow clan. You know too much, and that's what made me suspicious. First of all, you said you were from the Red Dust sect, but on the way here, I've helped you from time to time. I noticed that you didn't have the lotus tattoo on your wrist, so I concluded that you weren't from the Red Dust sect." Mu Yu thought back to when Tianran first came to the Falling Dust Mountain and was verified by Enshu. At that time, Tianran said that every disciple of the Red Dust sect had a lotus tattoo on their wrist, and that it couldn't be replicated by outsiders. However, Mu Yu didn't see the lotus tattoo when he held Xiao Shui's hand several times. That was why he was suspicious of Xiao Shui's identity. Xiao Shui snorted and said coldly, "Is it that important whether I'm from the Red Dust sect or not? Are only those from the Red Dust sect allowed to enter the second layer of heaven?" There were a total of 13 sects that had entered the second layer of heaven, and the Red Dust sect wasn't the only one. Mu Yu shook his head and said, "The important thing isn't which sect you're from. You're quite familiar with the second layer of heaven, so it's understandable that the 8 gates know about it. However, those from the 8 gates don't understand any of the Yarrow language, nor do they speak it. I know a girl who happens to be from the Red Dust sect. She told me that cultivators know very little about the Yarrow clan. Even the 8 gates don't have much information about the Yarrow clan. Qiao Shue's face sank. Just because I know a little more. Don't tell me the cultivation world doesn't allow people to understand the Yarrow clan's language. Your suspicions are too laughable. Alright, then take out the teleportation jade pendant. You didn't know when I asked you why you crushed the jade pendant. The teleportation jade pendant is something that everyone who enters the second heaven must ensure is absolutely safe. You should know about it, right? Mu Yu said. The teleportation jade pendant was the best way to prove one's identity. Only the people from the 13 sects had the teleportation jade pendant. Qiao Shui was most likely related to the demon race. She didn't come in through the Pill Cauldron sect's teleportation array, but through the demon race's method. Qiao Shui remained silent. Indeed, she couldn't take out a teleportation jade pendant because she didn't come in through normal means. Just like how Yu Meng had found a way to enter the second layer of heaven from the third layer of heaven, she had also found another way. These are not enough to make me doubt you. What really makes me doubt you is that you know the demon race's mysterious sacrificial technique. Moreover, when you came to the underground palace, you said you couldn't control the spiritual energy left behind by the Azure Dragon Demon King. However, after that, you very easily took back the spiritual energy. Isn't this laughable? Mu Yu continued. Exactly. Big Candy Bean's demonic power is so strong. If it wasn't a power of the same level as it, how could it have been lured out? Little Handsome chimed in. He had forgotten that he had already discovered the location of the Demon King's inner core. In the beginning, Qiao Shui was overjoyed to come here. She could understand the murals and knew how to open the entrance to the underground palace. She also had the rare spiritual energy of the Azure Dragon Demon King and knew how to find the White Ape Demon King's inner core. All of these were enough to make Mu Yu suspicious of Qiao Shui. If Qiao Shui was a cultivator who specialized in studying the demon race, then she couldn't be trusted. Qiao Shui stood up and looked at Mu Yu. After a long silence, she said, "You suspected me long ago. Then why did you help me just now?" Ever since Tu Yumeng's territory, Mu Yu had been helping Qiao Shui time and time again. Qiao Shui didn't forget this. No matter what, we've been through trials and tribulations together. How can I not help you when you're in need? However, I'm more curious. When I was at the Pill Cauldron sect, I didn't have any impression of you. If you didn't come in through the Pill Cauldron sect's teleportation array, then how did you enter the second heavenly layer? Mu Yu knew that Qiao Shui must have come from the third heavenly layer because she knew a lot about the third heavenly layer. Moreover, the second heavenly layer was so desolate with powerful demon beasts everywhere. It wasn't suitable for humans to live in. Therefore, Qiao Shui couldn't be a native of the second heavenly layer. If Qiao Shui didn't have a teleportation jade pendant, then she must know of another passage. Could it be the demon race's teleportation array? Mu Yu reminded himself that it was very possible. The human race had a teleportation array to enter the second heavenly layer. Since Tu Yumeng also found a way to enter the second heavenly layer, then the demon race should have a way to enter as well. If Qiao Shui came in through the demon race's passage, then everything would make sense. Qiao Shui said, "I don't want to explain too much. I must get the Demon King's inner core. If you stop me, then I won't be polite to you." The blue ribbons peeled off from her arm and circled around her. Her injured left arm had already healed completely. What a powerful recovery ability, Mu Yu praised. He moved his right arm. The medicinal pills given by the old man had already healed more than half of the injuries on his right arm. However, even such a rapid recovery ability couldn't compare to Qiao Shui's healing speed. It was truly impressive. Qiao Shui took a step forward and said coldly, "Hand over the Demon King's inner core." "No, no, no. I won't give you the candy even if you beat me to death," Little Shui shouted from Mu Yu's shoulder. Mu Yu laughed involuntarily. He looked at Qiao Shui and said, "You can't even defeat the White Ape Demon King, so how can you defeat me?" Mu Yu was very confident in his own strength. Not to mention other things, he had a lot of life-saving abilities. The various medicinal pills given by the old man were enough for Mu Yu to easily take down Qiao Shui. That's not necessarily true. My grandfather told me that it's not wise to reveal everything when traveling with others. Qiao Shue's face was as cold as ice. The blue ribbon on her body suddenly spread out in all directions. Like nimble tentacles, it coiled around Mu Yu from all kinds of strange angles. Mu Yu was very afraid of this treasure on Qiao Shui. Whether it was blocking the Demon King's attack in the cave or killing the bloodbat, this treasure had performed perfectly. In the battle with White Ape Demon King just now, it was this magic weapon that protected Qiao Shui so that she didn't suffer any serious injuries. Moreover, Qiao Shui's severed arm was also reattached by this blue ribbon. Then I want to see how much strength you've been hiding. When the blue ribbon attacked Mu Yu didn't dare to underestimate it. With a flash of his shadow clone sword, he slashed at the blue ribbon. Mu Yu did not want to be entangled by this snake-like magical weapon. In his opinion, most of the power of his sword qi would be reduced by this magical weapon. Therefore, he increased the strength of his shadow clone sword in an attempt to force the blue ribbon back. What Mu Yu didn't expect was that when his sword qi met the blue ribbon, the originally tenacious blue ribbon was torn apart like tofu by his sword qi. The fragments scattered all over the sky. The originally extraordinary blue ribbon couldn't even withstand a single blow from Mu Yu's sword. What's going on? Is this your ability? Mu Yu frowned. He felt that something was wrong. He was very familiar with his own swordsmanship. This sword strike was just a test, and he didn't use his full strength. With this level of sword qi, it was impossible for him to break Qiao Shui's treasure. However, Qiao Shui's treasure was really torn apart, which was far beyond his expectations. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The fragments of the blue ribbon suddenly turned into water droplets that filled the sky. Each fragment was a ball of water, and countless water droplets directly fell on Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu wanted to gather his spirit energy to shake off these water droplets, but he didn't expect that all the water droplets would suddenly have thin icicles sticking out. All the icicles were pressed against Mu Yu's vital points. As long as Mu Yu moved a little, these icicles would pierce through Mu Yu's body. You can control water. Mu Yu was shocked when he saw the fragments of the blue ribbon turn into water droplets. He didn't even think of dodging these icicles. He never expected to meet someone who could control water in the second layer of heaven. Did that mean that Qiao Shui was the same as him? She also had the power of Spirit Lord Yu Meng sealed in her body. In the falling dust mountain, Mu Yu already knew that there were other people who had the power of the 5 elements human like him. Cheng Yang was able to control metal, Xiong Nan was able to control earth, Luo Shong was able to control fire, and Mu Yu was able to control wood. Feng Haochen had been searching for the 5th person who could control water, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find him. Who would have thought that Mu Yu would meet the 5th person here? Swish. While Mu Yu was in a daze, the icicles beside his hand suddenly melted and formed a hand made of water. It directly snatched the Demon King's core away. In the blink of an eye, the Demon King's core was in Qiao Shui's hand. However, Mu Yu didn't care about the core being snatched away. To him, being able to meet the 5th person with the power of the human was much more important than the core. You can control water? That's great. I've been looking for you. Mu Yu was pleasantly surprised. He felt very close to meeting the 5th person here. Although he didn't know where Qiao Shui came from, their powers were similar. This was enough for Mu Yu to treat Qiao Shui as one of his own. However, Qiao Shui wasn't in the mood to listen to Mu Yu. She could have killed Mu Yu, but she couldn't bear to do so. After all, Mu Yu had helped her a lot along the way. She gritted her teeth and said, "You helped me, so I won't kill you. We're even now. You already know my secret. The next time I see you, my water spirit won't be merciful. I'll kill you without mercy." Qiao Shui put away the Demon King's core and stepped on the icicles. She suddenly disappeared into the water droplets that filled the sky. The icicles that threatened Mu Yu gathered together again, and the blue ribbon appeared again. Then, it quickly slammed into the stone wall. "Hey! Wait, don't go. We're the same kind of people. Why are you running so fast?" Mu Yu quickly chased after her. If he didn't explain it clearly, he didn't know when he would be able to see Qiao Shui again. Regardless of whether Xiao Shui believed him or not, he had to let her know about this. However, Xiao Shui didn't listen to him. The blue ribbon slammed into the stone wall and formed a stream of water. It drilled into the stone wall and disappeared. I can control wood. Wait a moment. Mu Yu shouted from behind. However, no one answered him. Xiao Shui had already turned into water and left with the Demon King's core. That blue ribbon is Water Human's water spirit, right? Little Shui asked. Water spirit? That blue ribbon is water spirit. Is it the same as my Mu Ling sword? Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Xiao Shui disappear into the stone wall. Xiao Shui had been hiding her ability. She probably didn't want others to find out about her ability to control water. Mu Yu also didn't expect that the person he had been with for so long was actually that fifth person. No, I have to explain it to Xiao Shui. Mu Yu didn't care about Xiao Shui snatching the Demon King's core. Even if Xiao Shui had an unclear relationship with the demon race, it didn't matter. After all, they were still related to human. He wanted Xiao Shui to know that they were on the same side and not enemies. Chapter 230. It was impossible to see where he was in the darkness. Mu Yu only knew that he was controlling the root grass to drill through the cracks. Under his control, the root grass was pushed to its limits, and it crawled through the cracks at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, Mu Yu had already lost track of Xiao Shui's presence. The speed of water flowing through the soil was clearly much easier than the speed of plants. Xiao Shui seemed to be moving faster than him in this terrain, so Mu Yu was unable to catch up. However, Mu Yu knew that they were currently very deep underground. If they wanted to get out, they would have to climb up. It was definitely the same for Xiao Shui. As long as they were heading in the right direction, they should be able to catch up to her. After crawling for an unknown period of time, the number of rocks around them gradually increased, increasing the difficulty of Mu Yu's crawling. The cracks in the ground were not easy to crawl through. If not for the root grass's toughness, he would not have been able to move through them. If I knew this would happen, I would have just eaten it. Now it's been snatched away. Little Shui had been complaining about the loss of the Monster King's core. It was not interested in Xiao Shui's abilities. Behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll throw you out and bury you in this mountain, Mu Yu said helplessly. In fact, even if he threw Little Shui out, the ground here would not crush it. Little Shui was famous for its thick skin. It might even break open a crack in the mountain. That would save them a lot of trouble. We're almost there. I feel that the pressure on the ground is decreasing. As the root grass moved through the cracks, it was constantly pressed down by the rocks around it. The deeper it went, the greater the pressure. Therefore, when the pressure on the root grass decreased, it meant that they were about to reach the surface. Wait, something's not right. Mu Yu realized that the soil around him had become soft and wet. It looked like the surroundings were filled with mud. Ah! It's water. When the root grass crawled out of the mud, it sank into the water. What's wrong? Did we run into Xiao Shui's embrace? Little Shui asked curiously. Mu Yu shook his head. He came out of the root grass, then jumped out of the water and into the air. The bright sunlight shone on his body, making him feel warm. The light even made his eyes feel a little dazzling. After staying underground for so long, it had always been gloomy. The deafening sound of water falling into the water resounded in their ears. The water splashed in all directions, and the sound of flowing water could be heard. Mu Yu understood where they were. This was the waterfall that they had just entered. Past this waterfall was an endless abyss. Xiao Shui? Where are you? Mu Yu shouted. He shouted for a long time, but only the sound of flowing water could be heard. Since Xiao Shui had the ability to control water, she had probably used the water here to escape. It was impossible to catch up to her in the water. Xiao Shui shook his big tail to shake off the water on his body. Then, he said unhappily, "Let's go. I really hate the stuffy underground." Mu Yu still didn't give up. After shouting for a long time, He had no choice but to admit that Xiao Shui had already left. He was vexed that he had missed the chance to explain. Feng Haochen once told Mu Yu that when human and the human race fought in the future, the 5 of them would be very important. The reason why Feng Haochen wanted to find Mu Yu and the others was because he hoped that they would be able to face this war with the right attitude. Xiao Shui was the 5th person. She was also an indispensable part of this war. Feng Haochen had been searching for her all these years, but for some reason, he couldn't find her even with the dragon searching formation. It was as if there was a mysterious force protecting her. Now that he thought about it, it was probably the demon race protecting her. Mu Yu didn't expect to meet her in the 2nd layer of heaven. Unfortunately, before he could explain, Xiao Shui had already left with the Demon King's core. I already said that we're on the same side. Mu Yu sat on the ground dejectedly. He rested by the shore for a few hours. Then, he knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Since Xiao Shui had left, he needed to find the 9 Qi soul cleansing flower and underworld grass. He already knew that Xiao Shui was the 5th person and had an unclear relationship with the demon race. With this, he would definitely be able to find Xiao Shui in the future. Who knew how many days had passed? Mu Yu, who was trapped in the abyss behind the waterfall, had no concept of time at all. He stood up, took out the map, and compared it with the sun's position. Then, he flew back in the direction he came from. When he returned to the river, it was no longer night on the other side of the river. It was daytime. When they first crossed this river was like a dividing line between day and night, separating the sky on both sides. It was reasonable to say that since it was daytime on the other side, then the place where Mu Yu was should be nighttime. This demon race's territory is too strange. Could it be some place where the sun doesn't set? Mu Yu muttered. After crossing the river, he was shocked to find that it was raining on the other side of the river. Why doesn't it rain over there? There was no rain in the demon race's territory. Presumably, the demon race had used some magical means to distinguish their territory. The demon race had disappeared in the 2nd heavenly layer, but the protective measures here were still so good. It was really amazing. Through the woods, they came to the place where they were once chased by the wild wolf and flying eagle. The 2 beasts had already left. Presumably, the demon race's territory was a forbidden area for demon beasts, so they didn't dare to chase. Mu Yu's spiritual power shook, forming a barrier, blocking the wind and rain. Then, he went in another direction. This journey was very strange. When they were chased by the 2 demon beasts, their escape path was full of all kinds of demon beasts. However, at this moment, these demon beasts had disappeared. It was understandable that the demon beasts would hide in their lairs to avoid the rain. However, there were many demon beasts that liked the rain very much. Mu Yu didn't see any demon beasts like demon crocodiles, water snake demons and the like. He could only see some relatively gentle demon beasts scurrying around. The fierce demon beasts seemed to be hiding. Maybe the ferocious demon beasts are afraid of being struck by lightning. Didn't they say that doing bad things will be struck by lightning? Little Shui looked up at the thunder clouds in the sky and couldn't help but analyze. That's not right. When you broke out of your shell, you were also struck by lightning, right? Did you do something bad as well? When it came to being struck by lightning, perhaps no demonic beast would have such a thick lightning bolt like Little Shui. What do you know? I was struck by lightning because I was handsome. Little Shui brushed the hair on his forehead and said proudly. Boom! Blue lightning tore through the sky above the wilderness. Electric snakes spread through the clouds, and a lightning pillar as thick as a wrist struck straight into the wilderness. It exploded on a towering tree in front of Mu Yu. Sparks flew everywhere, igniting the dry branches and leaves. However, the flames were quickly extinguished in the rain, leaving only thick smoke that drifted away with the wind. That. Mu Yu swallowed his saliva and said, Narcissism will also be struck by lightning. Be careful, don't implicate me. The thunder rumbled, like the roar of a demonic dragon. It was deafening. Even the strongest demon beast in the desolate land could only bow its head and submit to the might of the heavens. Mu Yu thought about it and felt that it wasn't appropriate to travel in the rain. He used vines to make a shelter and then hid inside. At the same time, he used the pill flint to make a fire to warm his hands. At this time, if there are any demon beasts, it wouldn't be bad to catch one and roast it. Little Shuai begged Muyu for a dry and hard drumstick. He put the drumstick on top of the pill flint and steamed it. This way, the taste would be better. You only know how to eat every day. We're almost out of dry food. Muyu took out a biscuit and gnawed on it. With Little Shuai's appetite, even if there was more in stock, it wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Eating is the most normal thing, Little Shuai mumbled. Boom. There was another loud thunder. The surroundings were filled with the rustling sound of rain, mixed with the crackling of leaves, croaking of frogs, and even the faint sound of footsteps. Footsteps. Muyu became alert. In this kind of place and weather, it was very strange to hear footsteps. The sound of footsteps splashing in the water was hurried, as if someone was rushing. It got closer and closer, getting louder and louder. Not only the footsteps, he even heard the pleasant sound of birds chirping. Pa. It seemed that something had fallen into the water, causing a splash. Muyu couldn't help but poke his head out to look at the source of the sound. The rain was very heavy, and his vision was limited. Muyu could only vaguely see a figure in front of him who had fallen to the ground. At this moment, the figure was struggling to get up. The thin body kept swaying in the wind and rain. At the same time, the head seemed to be looking behind, as if hiding from something. There was someone. Muyu curiously looked at the person. He didn't expect to see the person who entered the second layer of heaven with him here. It was a young man. He was definitely a disciple of some sect. Muyu didn't recognize him. Other than the 8 sects and the Pill Cauldron sect, there were other sects that came to the second layer of heaven. Muyu couldn't have seen all of them. Muyu was hesitating whether to go out and say hello to the young man. A demonic beast he had never seen before entered his vision. It was a colorful and beautiful creature. Its shape was like a koi fish. Where it should have had fins, there was a pair of soft wings. The wings didn't seem to be hindered by the rain and fluttered smoothly. It circled above the young man, flying lightly. It seemed to be sizing up the young man who had fallen to the ground. What kind of demonic beast is this? Muyu had a question in his mind. He didn't know the names of many demonic beasts. The demonic beasts he met were basically a mixture of different kinds of animals. Seeing this new demonic beast, he thought that if Qiao Shui was here, she would definitely know what kind of species it was. Thinking of Qiao Shui, he felt a burst of regret. He didn't know where she went. If only she could listen to Muyu's explanation. Muyu saw a jade pendant appear in the young man's hand. Muyu naturally recognized this jade pendant. It was the method to leave the second layer of heaven. The young man seemed to be very afraid of this flying fish. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the young man's pale face. His face was filled with unwillingness and resentment. The moment the jade pendant appeared in his hand, he had a look of relief. Muyu knew what would happen next. The young man would definitely crush the jade pendant and leave the second layer of heaven. He didn't know what was so powerful about this flying fish. It looked like a weak fish, but it actually chased the young man to the point of panic. The young man waved the jade pendant in his hand and angrily waved at the beautiful creature. Then, he began to exert force. The flying fish seemed to have sensed that the jade pendant was extraordinary. Its wings were still gently flapping. Another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. However, this time, the lightning didn't disappear. Instead, it blended into the rain. The rain around the flying fish flickered with sky-blue electric arcs. The electric arcs had already spread to the puddle below the flying fish and wrapped around the young man. Muyu saw the young man's eyes widen. He didn't crush the jade pendant in his hand. Instead, he maintained a strange posture, as if he was waiting for something. But what was he waiting for? Why didn't he leave the second layer of heaven? After a long time, the young man's body stopped moving in midair. What surprised Muyu was that the rain around the flying fish froze in midair and didn't fall. Time seemed to have stopped. Only the wings of the flying fish were flapping up and down. The flying fish seemed to be very happy. It cried out loudly, and its voice was very pleasant. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Muyu was shocked. He didn't know when that person's life force had died. He didn't even have time to crush the jade pendant before he died. All of this happened too suddenly. Perhaps even the young man himself didn't die in peace. How did he die? How did he die so quickly that he didn't even have time to crush the jade pendant? Chapter 231. The flying fish landed on the young man's shoulder, and its cry became louder and louder, as if it was calling for something. Not long after, another flying fish flew over from afar. This flying fish looked smaller, and it also let out a pleasant cry, echoing the previous one. The two demonic beasts were happily crying out to the thunder and lightning in the sky. At that moment, blood essence came out from the young man's 7 orifices, converging into 2 streams that wrapped around the bodies of the 2 demonic beasts. The 2 demonic beasts flapped their wings contentedly, and the radiance on their bodies became even brighter. The 7-colored brilliance was so dazzling in the thunderstorm, as if they were 2 pure creatures, making people involuntarily feel pity and love for them. If it wasn't for the shocking scene that followed, Muyu might have really thought that these were the purest and most holy creatures in the world. In just an instant, the young man shriveled up, leaving behind only a skeleton. He had become a dried corpse, and the blood essence in his body had already dissipated. His spirit chi had also become the essence of the 2 demonic beasts. He was like a corpse that had been dead for many years, weathered beyond recognition. Heavens, are they vampires? Muyu sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't think that these strange demonic beasts would use such a strange method to kill people. He thought that the young man would definitely be teleported away from the 2nd layer of heaven, so he didn't want to get involved. However, he didn't expect that the flying fish's method of killing people was beyond his imagination. It was so fast that even the young man couldn't react in time. Most people who came to the 2nd layer of heaven were here to cultivate. He didn't know why this unlucky guy would provoke these demonic beasts that killed people so quickly, and even be sucked dry by them. How pitiful. Muyu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Although he had encountered many demonic beasts that were dozens of times stronger than him, none of them had the ability to kill people so terrifyingly. If it were Muyu, he wouldn't know how to deal with these 2 flying fish either. These 2 flying fish were too small. They wouldn't be able to swallow Little Handsome into their stomachs. Little Handsome was a demonic beast that could only be used as a meal. In front of these 2 flying fish, he had no advantage at all. Hey! I know these 2 flying fish. Little Handsome popped his head out and blinked. You know them? Is he a distant relative of yours? Muyu asked. If he could get to know 2 such powerful monster beasts, it would be a good thing. At least if he was targeted, he could let little Shui go and make jokes or negotiate. Of course not. Do you remember when we were in the underground palace, there was a barrier blocking the way? The 2 small fishies that we saw through the barrier at that time were them. Xiao Shui stared at the 2 flying demonic beasts and continued, at that time, they were also in the underground palace, but I heard them say that it was raining outside, so I excitedly flew away. They like rainy days. Muyu's eyes widened. Were these 2 beautiful creatures the guardians of the monster race's underground palace? Didn't that mean that the reason why they didn't meet them in the underground palace was because it was raining? If it wasn't raining today, would he end up like this young man if he fought with them? I like this kind of underground palace monster beasts that neglect their duties for their own interests. I give them a thumbs up. Muyu nodded in praise. If he had come face to face with these 2 flying fish in the underground palace, and Little Handsome had made it clear that he wanted to steal their candy, he probably wouldn't have ended up any better than this unknown unlucky young man. One of the flying fish looked at the jade pendant in the young man's hand. Suddenly, it raised its head, and another bolt of lightning struck the jade pendant, shattering it. Then, a powerful whirlpool appeared between heaven and earth. A faint golden light enveloped the young man's body. Then, a crack appeared in the air, sucking the young man into it. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Mu Yu felt a trace of pity for the young man. That life-saving jade pendant couldn't save him, but in the end, he still returned to the third layer of heaven. At least his corpse wouldn't be left here to be eaten by other monster beasts. Let's not provoke them, Mu Yu muttered. At the same time, he prayed that they would quickly leave this place and go play in the water somewhere else. However, at that moment, the other flying fish suddenly turned its head toward Mu Yu. It seemed that it had inadvertently discovered that Mu Yu was secretly looking at them. Mu Yu and the flying fish just stared at each other. For a moment, neither of them moved. *T. I've been discovered by these two monster beasts. He felt a little guilty. After all, he had patronized the item that they were guarding. Who knew if they would do something to him on a whim? Now, there were two paths in front of him. He could either run or kill these two beasts. Killing these two monster beasts was obviously impossible. That unlucky young man's cultivation wasn't any weaker than his, but he still ran away in front of a flying fish. The two flying fish's attack methods were too strange. He didn't even see them attack. Lightning flashed across the sky, and the young man was finished. What kind of attack method was that? They didn't even give him a chance to retaliate. These monster beasts were either out-of-body stage cultivators or natural life forms that could borrow the power of nature. Regardless of which, Mu Yu wasn't a match for them. As such, he didn't even have the intention to kill them. Just as Mu Yu's thoughts were racing, the two monster beasts had already flown in front of Mu Yu. Mu Yu had to admit that these were beautiful creatures. Their bodies emitted a resplendent holy light. Their wings were weak and thin, as if they would break at any moment. Their eyes were full of spirituality, and they were clear and pure. There wasn't a trace of killing intent in them. What caught Mu Yu's attention the most was that these two monster beasts were exuding an exuberant life force that he had never seen before. Mu Yu had only seen this kind of life force in two creatures. One was the thick-skinned little handsome, and the other was himself. Mu Yu was already prepared to attack at any moment. However, he was really curious as to why these creatures would have such a powerful life force. He didn't want to kill these monster beasts. He only wanted everyone to go their separate ways and quickly return to the underground palace. You've already lost the thing you were guarding, and you still have the mood to come out and play? Seriously. The two flying fish arrived in front of Mu Yu, but they didn't do anything. The sky was still filled with lightning and thunder, but Mu Yu wasn't hurt at all. They were just curiously sizing up Mu Yu, as if they were looking for something. The two sides stared at each other for a while. Suddenly, the two flying fish cried out again, giving Mu Yu a fright. He thought that they were going to attack, but there was still nothing strange around him. These cries were especially clear in the midst of the thunderstorm. It was as if this was the purest and most enchanting sound in the world. Mu Yu had a strange feeling in his heart. These two monster beasts didn't seem to have any hostility toward him. Instead, they seemed to be trying to communicate with him. Unfortunately, Mu Yu couldn't understand this pleasant language. He spread out his hands and said, "How are you?" Mu Yu felt like an idiot. How could he say "how are you" to two monster beasts? He was still hesitating whether or not he should imitate their cries and say a few words. Perhaps he could even pretend that they were on the same side. The two flying fish looked at each other. They didn't seem to understand Mu Yu's words, but they still cried out happily. "What are you two crying out for? Did that guy offend you? Why did you kill him?" Little Shuai jumped on top of Mu Yu's head and asked with his hands on his hips. Mu Yu was sweating profusely. He hoped that Little Shuai didn't piss off the two flying fish. What Mu Yu didn't expect was that the two flying fish changed their tune when they saw Little Shuai. It seemed like they were greeting Little Shuai. Little Shuai tilted his head and thought for a while. Then, he began to make the same cries as the flying fish. Mu Yu stared blankly at Little Shuai and the flying fish. He couldn't get a word in because he couldn't understand what they were talking about. Looking at the conversation between the two, it seemed to be quite harmonious. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. What did they say?" Mu Yu asked. They said that the young man wanted to capture them as pets. He couldn't beat him, so he wanted to kill him. They don't like enemies with killing intent. They won't kill for no reason, but if anyone wants to kill them, they won't be polite. Chirp, chirp. What did they say? They are called winning fish. They like to come out on rainy days. They know that we were in the underground palace, but they warned us not to go there again. Chirp, chirp. Then what did they say? They said that I'm very special. Very few monster beasts can understand their language. I told them that I'm proficient in all kinds of languages because I'm handsome, but they don't seem to understand what it means to be handsome. They're really slow. Having a narcissistic translator with him seemed like a good idea. The winning fish didn't have any intention of harming Mu Yu. This made Mu Yu sigh in relief. He didn't know if the two winning fish would go berserk when they returned to the underground palace and found that the Monster King's core was missing. Then, they would come looking for Mu Yu and summon lightning to strike him. But this had nothing to do with Mu Yu. He was only going to the underground palace to do nothing. Gradually, Mu Yu realized that the sky was brightening. The rain was getting lighter, and the thunder was disappearing. The rain that had been raining for a few hours seemed to be stopping soon. At this moment, the flying fish's voice suddenly became urgent. Then, with little Shuai's chirp, the two flying fish flapped their wings and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. They can only fly with the help of the rain. What strange fellows, little Shuai muttered. Mu Yu felt that they should quickly retreat before Ying Yu discovered that the Demon King's inner core was missing, in order to avoid any more complications. Therefore, he took little Shuai and fled without stopping. However, Mu Yu didn't expect that when the two winning fish crossed the river in the forest and arrived at the waterfall at the entrance of the underground palace, Xiao Shui was standing on top of the waterfall. She wasn't surprised at all by the arrival of the winning fish. Instead, she softly said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Shui didn't leave. She had actually returned to the waterfall and had been watching Mu Yu from the stone bridge behind the waterfall. Mu Yu didn't expect that Xiao Shui would turn back. However, from the looks of it, Xiao Shui seemed to be waiting for these two beautiful creatures. The two winning fish suddenly screeched. They sensed the aura of the Monster King's core from Xiao Shui's body. That was something that they had been guarding for a long time. Now that it had been stolen, how could they tolerate this? The water curtain of the waterfall suddenly collapsed. All the water was turned into mist. The mist that filled the sky turned into thin icicles and shot towards Xiao Shui. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.